All right, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Boy, it's been quite a journey to try to get this stream going on. Let's get some background music on. Beautiful. All right. So, you haven't seen me for a while because I had to reinstall Windows and basically install everything once again due to me trying to copy over my previous Windows installation to a newer hard drive, which actually is the Samsung 970 Evo Plus. It's actually a little faster than the Evo, and I got it at a great deal during Black Friday deals. But of course, something happened when I tried to copy over the partition. They didn't want to load my original Windows, so I was like, and I had to get it working because I use this for work. So yeah, that's why you haven't seen me for a while. But anyways, we're going to stream tonight. We're going to do another distance run with this X-Cub here, and I made a whole list of the aircraft available. Again, this is for the Cannonball Run event happening on December 26th. We already did the Cessna 172. We made it to Danville, Illinois on a full tank. So we're going to see how far and long we can take the X-Cub. According to the MSFS specs from the actual menu where you pick aircraft, the X-Cub has an endurance of 6 hours, a range of 695 nautical miles, which is 55 nautical miles longer than the Cessna 172 according to this. And it also has about 2 extra knots in speed. The other two I was actually the other two I was thinking about of trying out were the JMB VL-3, which I forget what it was. I just think, well, I can tell you about maybe it was the JMB. One of them, the useful weight was not good enough, and I could have just made my passenger, me, 20 pounds in the cockpit, but that's not realistic. I don't want to cheat people that much. The range on that was 690 and a speed of 130, and then the Robin Cap 10 does not have an autopilot, so I didn't want to do that because we have to fly for like 18 hours straight. But that was a range of 650 and a speed of 135. So I think right now it's between the X-Cub and the Cessna 172. And then we're going to have to do another test after this, probably for another stream, where we're going to try going over the Rockies, where I'm planning on going. So we'll have to see on that. I mean, I have done above the Rockies in the simulator before, but it does get rather slow up in the air. So anyways, I'm not going to follow a checklist on this or anything. We're going to be even more freewheeling than before. I'm basically going to just do auto start and everything, make sure everything's working out here. I'm just using my throttle quadrants here. The TPM I'm not going to use, but it was quite a thing to get this working. And I did take this for a little spin, not officially like we're going to do tonight. But the heading switch over here is a big pain. If I use the mouse clicks, it like takes off and like zooms up and down. So I'm going to have to try to control it. I want to cruise at 4,500 again. I haven't done any flight planning with winds aloft or anything. We're just going to go straight direct like we do with the Cessna. And if we remember, I think the Cessna had like a 3-knot headwind almost the whole way there. So we'll see and compare to the X-Cub right now. But it's a pretty nice aircraft. Let's get started though. So I got brakes. Oh yeah, I also got a new set of rudder pedals. Not my favorite. It's the T-Flight Thrustmaster ones. They're okay. They're not terrible, but they're very, very, I want to say, loose. In other words, they slip really easy. So if I see like I'm going left, right in the runway a little bit, it's going to be a little weird. But anyways, this is also a tailwheel aircraft. I have no clue about tailwheels except that we want to aim the nose down slightly and then pitch it back and then hopefully just set the autopilot and be done with it. And if I do pick this airplane because of the range, then basically we will I have the POH and everything. I'll study up on it big time before the event. But we have to see what's going on here. I'm not going to care about radios too much or anything. It's going to be all about just getting there with autopilot and seeing what we can do. Alright? We're using Microsoft Flight Simulator, weather, everything that I would have to do for the event. So, but to land this thing, I might look at the POH while we're doing that, but again, it's about the range tonight, so if I just get the autopilot on, we'll be fine. Let me use my panel here. I don't even know if the panel is going to be working or not, which I think it is, but with SPAD.next, which was another thing, and then to get my GPS, it was like a big hassle getting it ready tonight. But anyways, we'll have the autopilot ready to go. And we'll set our heading indicator. It's going to be about 285. Ooh, we got some brightness there in the cockpit. That's right. All right, good, very good. I want bright so I can see everything. There we go. The cool thing's the fuel. Look at this. The fuel is just like right there. That's our fuel meter. So we're going to have studied a couple of things. But as far as like operating procedures and stuff, we're just going to go for it because I have to read through the POH. Okay, this is steady and pulsing strobe lights. We're going to put steady on the strobe lights there. And actually, we should do pulse actually. All right. And without further ado, let's just take off into the sunset. I'm going to take off the parking brake and full throttle. A little forward with the tail wheel here, and I'm looking more at the GPS to help me here. But see, these rudder pedals are very sensitive, no matter what I do. So we'll try our best. And pull them back around 60. Very good. And I should have set the heading bug, which I didn't. And now I'm going to pay for that. But it's okay. I don't know what's going on with these switches, but man, this is a bug like no other. Alright, heading, just to get it going.
I will contact you next when you leave my airspace.
Okay, let's get vertical speed going on here, and this is where it messed up last time. I'm going to try using the mouse wheel only. Oops. As long as we're climbing, we're okay, but I like to climb about 1,000. There we go. And I think that would be about right because... See what I'm saying? Like, I only clicked it once and it's doing all that. So I don't know what's going on with that, but we're just taking off straight ahead. Flaps are up.
Crafters 9er, Echo Foxtrot, please acknowledge.
And that's going to drive me insane until they put me to New York approach, so it's all good.
Kennedy Tower, Cub Crafters, November 489er, Echo Foxtrot.
But we're just going to take it for an endurance run and see what happens. Here we go. 285 is the bearing, which is saying my GPS is true. This sounds very loud. I don't know how it sounds for you, but hopefully not too loud. Great. I'll double check that though. I think that's what the problem is. I had it way up high on the EQ here. No, I don't have the EQ on. That's why. Oh, okay. Default. All right. Again, I had to reinstall everything, so I appreciate your patience. Everything is going to be on autopilot as soon as I get to 4,500. It will be okay. Sorry, that was wicked loud. It wasn't fun reinstalling this, but now I have 2 NVMe drives in my computer, along with a crap load of other ones too. My 2 old SATA SSD drives are now in there as extra space and everything, and I need lots of space for the Eric flight videos and stuff like that. Whoop, that's my rudder pedals. All right, see how very sensitive they are. Feed off the pedals now. The Cub looks pretty sweet, I gotta be honest with you. Let's try to get it up a little bit more. That's the problem I'm gonna have with using the mouse wheel.
Cub Crafters 9er, Echo Foxtrot, you are leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
I have to tell her okay, so I don't have to hear her anymore.
Kennedy Tower, Cub Crafters, November 489er.
And we're not going to worry about radios, we're going to worry about flying only. So, that's what we're going to do. But boy, is this a pain. Like, look at that. I'm trying to use the mouse wheel, because if I use my mouse clicks, it's going to go nuts on the altitude select. Does anyone else have this problem? Let me know. Let me know in the comments if you're on YouTube later on watching this, because this is a big pain. No, that's not what I said. And that's the problem I'm going to have with this. Come on. Alright. 4,500. Then we'll switch to altitude holding. But we are outside of JFK right now. Let's get a look outside. Very loud. X. But yeah, there's JFK behind us, and we're on our way. That's what matters. I also changed this to high settings. I just let it run the default settings. So there's not much difference. I had it on ultra before, and it looked really good. But I'm going to try it with high settings. And the frame rates are pretty good. I haven't had to do anything with the camera like I used to have to do. So, but I also don't have NVIDIA broadcasting. The frame rates are around 12, 13 frames per second in New York, which isn't terrible, I guess, for it being New York, but it's going to get better as we get out of here. We're not going to worry about weather or anything other than the headwind, which we cannot see here. So we'll just have to kind of find out what's going on with that. This is supposed to show full versus split zoom. Map, select page. This is like a reduced version of the G1000, I think. If I remember right. Menu. Map. Menu. Get up to 4,500. But everything's here, basically. Activate flight plan. Reduced version of the G1000. I don't even know what they call this, honestly. You're going to have to look at the POH for everything. But I'll read it over as we get closer to land this thing. And we're going to keep the RPMs as high as we can. So I will bring it down just slightly to make it right into that red there to get me maximum speed. And see if it survives off to Danville. Because we did that basically in the Cessna 152. So there you go. It switched right over to altitude as soon as it got to 4,500 land. So that's cool. That didn't happen before in the G1000. So we'll take it. And you also notice I have a bit different backdrop tonight. That's because basically I don't have a cockpit view for this yet. But I'm going to learn the X-Cub either way, even if I don't use it for the event. We're going to start branching out to more aircraft. You can see it's at 2,700. It's not in the red anymore. So I think we're okay. We're just going to leave it and have it fly. Change heading manually. Oh. Maybe just a little bit. Actually, this has a... I forgot that this has a constant speed prop on it, so we have to use the manifold pressure versus the prop to make this happen. Manifold inches looks good. RPMs looks good. Fuel flow of 11 gallons per hour. And we filled it, so 24.5. I'm hoping that's on each tank. I don't remember, because then that wouldn't make sense with the range, but we'll see. See what's going on. There's a left versus right, so I'll probably switch to the right tank. The switch is on the left here. See, I have 46 gallons, and here's the fuel switch, so fuel pump should be off, I believe. That's because of SPAD, so we're all right. All right, we're on our way to Danville. It's saying 6 hours and 40 minutes. And we're right up there on the knots there. Now, with that, I have a ground speed of 93 knots. I'll have to check what I had last time. Should probably put the transponder on, which I would think would be in the menu. No, it's actually over here. I thought it was going to be over here. We have to find the transponder. That's the nav 1. That's not what I need. Audio, nav, speaker, nope. Oh, there it is, transponder. It's already on alt. Okay, good. Alright, again, familiarizing ourselves with the aircraft tonight. And, that must be touchscreen. It is, it's a touchscreen map. Look at that. You just slide your finger on it. So there we are, en route. Map zoom out. There we go. We're right over Queens, going over near Manhattan. And I do have real world traffic and people who are flying with live weather and live time on. So this is live weather and live time. let's see if we can keep the fuel flow. Do I have a mixture? No, I don't. Oh yeah, I do. I do have mixture. Okay. Here, do this. I'm gonna leave the mixture out. What's going on with that? I don't know what's going on with that. I have no manifold pressure. Alright, that was due to this thing. So I think we'll get like 10 gallons per hour. There's 9. Again, I'm messing with the prop versus the manifold pressure, which I think would probably be around 24, 25, and then it's just leading it out for maximum RPMs. Right? 9 gallons an hour. Well, we'll see what happens. 9 gallons an hour should be about 5 hours, so. But see, it has that detent there, which is crappy. Boy, this is so buggy. Well, we'll keep trying it. I don't think it's got me that much faster than the 172. I gotta be honest with you. And I'm messing with these things, and these things aren't working as good as they should. So I have no clue what's going on right now. Come on now. See what happens. Bearings 285. Yep. Nope. Nope. Get out of that. Oh, this is aggravating. There we go. Okay, we are over Manhattan. Something wrong with Manhattan. It's called the photometry's not on. So, let's quickly see if we can fix that. Boy, I'm really sorry. I tried to get things ready. I really did. Oh, man. Come on. Let's go. Alright, live world traffic, blah, 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 big world graphics, yeah, you're supposed to be on there then. Graphics, global running quality, buildings. Alright, leave that high. There's something that's supposed to be there for, I hate blur, so let's turn the blur off, I hate that. Even, let's put it on low. Data. It's supposed to be on there, so I don't know. Alright, we'll resume. Did I miss something? I do not know. Well, that's interesting. I think we already passed it, honestly, actually. No, I didn't. Yeah, we did. Manhattan's out there. We got buildings. Got on freaking about everything since I had to reload Windows. I'm very sorry once again. The cup looks pretty nice. Statue of Liberty over there. Manhattan in the distance. And again, oop, sorry, I hit the wrong button. We're just heading straight to Danville. No problemo. We got a good speed there, so that might outweigh what we're doing there. 10 gallons per hour, not terrible. So we should have about 4 hours and something minutes of flight time. So we shall see. Again, if you're tuning in or watching this later on, I appreciate you having some patience with me tonight on this. Bearings now 284. Every time I move the mouse wheel down here, it wants to move all around, so. Cabin heat is on. It is, I don't even know where the outside air temperature is on this, if they have one. I would think everything would be here. Now, that's the engine gas temperature. Now I'm using the EGT for the mixture here. Yeah, so it's right about here. All right. So we're leaned out. And we're borderline on everything here, so looking good. My batteries just went my noise suppression, but that's okay. I can still hear everything. Got 4 batteries back there. And I use recharge with lithium, and I charge it with a solar system, so it's all free either way. Not a huge thing. All right. Let's see if the autopilot works on nav. It should be GPS. Let's see if it doesn't deviate, because you see right here it's going to intercept it. That's what I'm hoping at least. That is us right there, so it's intercepted to the left. Yeah, that seems to be working too. Can never trust anything on these models. They're not working as good as they used to. Alright, I'm going to get my batteries for my headset. I'll be right back. That wasn't much because I knew I had them right back there. I had my whole flight bag back there for real. So I use my headset that I use in the plane, Bose 820s. They're amazing. And the batteries do last a long time. It's just I also use it for work, believe it or not, when I do conferencing and stuff. They are fantastic. So. But yeah, I have these EBL 3,300 megawatt hour rechargeable batteries. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, rechargeable and a headset for aviation. But see, you can still hear everything. It's just that the noise cancellation goes away. So it's a little bit louder. But they have micro USB charging on them. I don't know if you can see that or not. You just plug them in there. So it's good for the road because let's say that you're at an airport and you only had 2 of these. I have 4. I have an extra set at all times. They last about 20 hours in the headset. But you can charge it with just a regular USB charger. So like all those portable chargers I bring like 4 of them. 5 sometimes. I can use them to charge these batteries while I'm using the other set. So either way, it's like endless power as long as I have power packs. And seeing I bring like 5, that could definitely hold me over. Especially seeing that they last for 20 hours. But there you go. Back to noise cancellation and hear everything. And charge these with solar power later on. Energy is free. This broadcast brought to you by solar power because it's free. Alright. So it's saying we're going to get there in 6.5 hours with a 93 knot ground speed. I really wish I could display the winds on here, which I don't think it can. But let's set our altitude. Again, I'm just going to do everything really quick tonight. We're not going to do anything crazy or by the book. I got time to read the POS later on. Excuse me. It's just a matter of am I going to choose this plane or not. And that will be decided tonight. But right now, the front runner is the Cessna 172. It just has a well overall roundness. I mean, I was looking at these other ones going, oh, Robin Cap 10, let's look at that. And there's no autopilot. It runs at 135 knots according to the simulator, but I have to test everything. The JMB was, yeah, that's what it was. No autopilot in the Robin. The JMB has like no useful load. I could cheat and say I was 25 pounds and the passenger's 25 pounds, and that way I could fill it with full of fuel and probably get 690 miles out of it, nautical miles out of it, but I don't want to cheat that bad. And, you know, I got to win this somewhat fair, so that's what I saw. We tried the Pipistrel off camera. That is a light sport, and I knew it wasn't probably going to go, but I'm exploring every single aircraft in this thing, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. But now I'm going to start leaving some stuff alone here because it looks like everything's working. And I just got the Samsung 970 Evo Plus working today. And I still have the old Samsung 970 in the computer. It's just on a secondary SSD now, so it's like extra space. But I did not uninstall anything or format it or clear it out. So we'll have to see if this Windows installation's complete for about 2-3 days. And then I'll just clear that drive out, and we'll use it for extra space for scenery and stuff. But my hard drive dreams are complete for now. So. And it was like half price on Amazon during the Black Friday deal, so I had to pull the trigger on it. I was supposed to fly tomorrow, for real, but that got canceled because we're expecting snow, winds, ceilings down to 800 feet. So then I was looking at Sunday, and while there's an aircraft available Sunday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 172N, I don't know how the weather's going to look yet, so I didn't book anything, and I don't know if I'm going to fly this week. So the only thing it does is save money. Good news. Bad news, can't fly, and it'll be like a 3-week lapse between flying for real. So, but I have planned out another event for us that I will undertake. I don't know when, but we're going to try taking the 172, and I think I planned this out right, across the Atlantic Ocean in a different way. And we're going to respect the ranges of it and everything. But we're going to try to make it to Paris, France, from Plymouth, Massachusetts. However ridiculous that might sound. And the way that we're going to do that, let me show you what I planned for a route here. Because I was looking at this today when I got really bored. Just got to load out Sky Vector, so excuse me for a second. Alright, USA, US to Europe. Here we go. I don't know how feasible this is yet. I just did the route and said that could work. So here's what I got for a route. We leave Plymouth. We go to Bangor, Maine. We refuel. Then we'll go all the way to St. Isles Airport. And then we'll go all the way to... There's supposed to be an airport here. And there we go. Nain Airport, which I have no clue what that is. It could be a field airport. We'll land there. I might change that. I might not. I don't know yet. We'll cross all the way over. This is going to extend. This is going to be, you know, close on the range here, but to Narsarsuaqua or something like that airport. That's like Greenland, I believe, it's like one of the major travel hubs to go elsewhere in the world for some aircraft in Iceland or Greenland. That's Greenland. This is Iceland, I think. Yeah. I have that backwards. No, this is Iceland. So that's Reykjavik. All right, and then we'll go to this airport. Here. It says weather station. Let's go to the weather station there. It's Kulusuk Airport. Suck. I don't know. And then we're gonna cross over to Iceland with Bilduballur Airport. And of course, I have to check if all these are in the simulator. And then we're gonna fly right from there to Survag. I don't really know these airports that well. Then we finally get to England, Edinburgh. It's actually Scotland. Then we're gonna stop in London just for the heck of it, and then we'll go to Paris. So we're gonna try that route with a 172. I don't know how it's gonna go. I don't know if it's still totally feasible, but that's the route I planned so far, and we'll check it out. I didn't think there was any way to get a 172 over and then like dismantling it, having it go by ship and rebuilding it, but this might prove, excuse me, that you can do it. It's just not very prudent because probably not a lot of pilots want to land at these remote airports. But you know what? The simulator, anything's possible. So we'll try it out. All right, our current position is outside the Newark area. We are right near the Solberg Hunterdon Airport, November 5-1. It's off to our upper left over here. This would be Somerville, I believe. And we are definitely on our way to Danville. Alright, we gotta look at this POH here for the X-Cub. Or the Carbon Cub as they call it. We'll see what happens. I'm right at that do not fly level there. 114 knots. That's not too shabby, you know. Ground speed again. Let me get my ground speed here. 91 knots. It's alright. Again, we don't know what the winds are going to be that day, though. So, alright, best. Oh, here's the normal procedures that I was almost at. Base rate of climb is 71 miles per hour. I thought this was knots, so that isn't going to help me, so I'm going to have to redo all that stuff. Probably write a whole checklist the way I do for this Cirrus. Best angle of climb is 50 miles per hour, indicated airspeed. I wonder if this is the right POH, but it said Carbon Cub Crafters, Carbon Cub, it was free. And cruise power, mixture adjust, carb heat, there's got to be charts on that. Descent, approach and landing. Fuel selected both, seatbelts fastened, mixture set, flaps set. Maximum speed for first notch of flaps at 15 degrees is 85 miles per hour. So let's do a little Google here. 2 knots. It's about 74, 73 knots. Alright. That's why we have to slow it down when we're beating the numbers. Maximum speed greater than 15 is 81. It's about 70. Alright, so I'm going to write that down. Under 15 degrees is 70. Let's say 73. Greater than 15 degrees is 70 knots. Trim is required, speed is required. Fuel selected. Oh, that's crosswind landing. Going around. I'm not planning on going around. I have to look at the performance chart, so that might help me with letting this thing out. I have no flaps on, right? Where is the flap switch? I thought it was somewhere over here. Let's switch back to the left tank, by the way. Take a look at that in a second. I don't really see the flap switch, do you? Again, I know I'm rushing tonight with everything, just getting everything ready to go. But I don't see that flap switch. Trim's there. Autopilot disconnects there, which we won't touch. Even the ELT, that's up here. But yeah, I don't know where everything else is. Oh boy. Well, I know the shortcuts, and pretty sure this thing has flaps. It says the POH has flaps. It looks like it has flaps. It's a pretty sweet looking Cub. But where's the flap switch? I'm gonna be shamed on this video so much. I really don't know where the flaps are. Looking on the door. I'm looking on the panel. Those are the fuses or circuit breakers, excuse me. Is this the flap? No, that's the door, right? Because this one has one of those too, right? Yeah. Alright. Very interesting. Oh, there it is, flap lever. You must pull it down or something? Yeah, you pull it down. Alright, so that is the flaps right there. Again, getting accustomed to this. It's quite interesting that everything's on the left too for the throttles and stuff. I would not be used to that in real life. But alright. We got that. I don't think this POH is totally a performance section, section 5. Alright. What is this level speed? Flaps, it gets down to 30 miles per hour. Without flaps, it would be 40 knots. I think that was displayed on there too. Just make sure takeoff, normal takeoff. Yeah. I wish they just had V charts. Boom, done. Weight balance. That definitely looks like the X-Cub, so, except this is the steam gauge version, so maybe that's what's different about it. This POH is not for the avionics model that is in Microsoft Flight Simulator. And weight and balance looks an awful lot like the Cessna with the charts and stuff. Cockpit, instrument panel. Again, if you were a pilot in this in real life, you would have to know all these things, all the electronics and stuff. But this is looking a little different in the POH versus what's on the screen. So let me see if I can go to the Cub Crafters website. X-Cub POH, that's what I searched for. Publications. And this stuff is available online, but I'm trying to find the right one. Alright, what's this one? Revision A, model CC11. See, I don't know if that is it. SSC 110,000 AFM. Revision G. I mean, I guess we'll just download all of them and see which one is which. Does this look like the Carbon Cub that's in the game? Well, that does. That does too. Alright, let's get a new heading here too. Bearing 284 still. I got set to nav though, so we'll just keep it there. Oh boy. Rear stick cover. just have a panel here. Show me what it looks like. Because that was not the POH I needed. I'm in the weight and balance section. That looks like the same picture as before, so that does not look like the panel. That doesn't mean it's not it. I would think they're all pretty comparable as long as it says carbon, carbon, X carbon. So, yeah, let's check out this other one. Excuse me. Ugh. Still my allergies too, so I'm sorry about that. But, oh, wait, got someone chatting. Totally forgot to put the chat on. The X Cub, which I have no clue about, by the way. None whatsoever. I just got an autopilot and we're letting it fly on nav. So, we're outside Allentown, Pennsylvania right now, right near Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Going to Phillipsburg. So I'll let you know when we get to Allenstown. But, pretty nice night out. It's like when I flew the Cessna. Not sure about headwind though, but I'm studying the POH while flying on autopilot. This is good. So, and I don't even know if I have the right POH here. I downloaded it from the website, but we're studying it while we're flying here, which is not the way to do things in the real world, obviously. But how are you, good fixins? By the way, if you know what, this is what I'm looking at right here. This is right off the Carbon Cup website. So, looking for something about procedures, which I already kind of looked at. 7370 to land on the flaps, and I basically have 2 or 3 settings of flaps. But normal landing. Here we go. 10 feet AGL, smooth the landing flare, 10 and 3-point attitude. Smooth touchdown, gradually strings. Yeah, that makes sense, because then you have the tail wheel. I have never landed a tail wheel craft before ever either, so. It was cool. One of the aircraft I tested, which we aren't going to do, I think it's the Pipistrel. You actually glide the thing all the way down through the downwind of the traffic pattern, all the way down the landing. So that was interesting when we were at that POH. Don't exceed 2,700. We're right underneath 2,700. 80 horsepower as carded, plate carded. Reduce the power to the selected setting, and then lean until there's a drop in the RPM. I did that already. Alright, so where's the plate card? Which would probably be this. Yeah, we're not doing maneuvering speed here. We're doing give me as fast as you can give me. Maximum demonstrated crosswind is only 11 knots. Okay. And this is not miles per hour here. This is knots. So you tell me. I have to basically translate everything over, which I don't mind doing. But it's kind of a pain that is not right. I have a 91 knot ground speed. Allentown, Pennsylvania's in the distance over there. So, at least I think that's it. And how long's it been? Yeah, probably about 40 minutes at most. So we'll have to see. It's saying it's 6 hours and 13 minutes away from Danville. So, I don't know. 581 nautical miles away. Beautiful looking plate. Check out our gas too while we're at it. I did switch tanks. We should be on the right tank to level it out a little bit. But yeah, this might make it. You know, I might have to study up on it. Oh, there's some lighting up there, right? I think so. I got all the way to about Danville, Illinois, which is why I actually went beyond Indianapolis by just a little bit. I got all the way to Danville, Illinois on 1 tank of gas, and I'm talking probably with about, I can't remember, I'd have to look at the street. I think it was like 4 minutes left, 6 minutes, I forget, something like that. But I was gonna try to push it further, and it wasn't gonna go any further. Again, I gotta get used to this X Cup because I don't think half of it's modeled. I couldn't find the flaps for the longest time. Like, oh yeah, it's right up here. Here's the flaps lever, you know. And then, I mean, we're really cheaping it out tonight. I'm not following like a checklist or anything. I just kind of said Control E, start it up, let it go, set the autopilot, and let's just see the range. So I did try to lean it out, and maximum RPMs again for speed. We're riding right on that caution line right there, so. But we'll see what happens. I just have it locked to nav, and we'll let it go while I try to learn more about the plane. I guess I don't know, but these POHs, they're not showing anything about like this advanced panel here, which I think is just a smaller version of the G1000, just a reduced features version. It's funny because I think the Pipistrel had something like it, and I actually understood it better than what I'm looking at right now. I don't know if it's just because it's me in the day or, but got everything working. It's flying fine. So it's a beautiful aircraft, and I definitely want to get more associated with it either way. But I am in no way a tailwheel endorsed pilot in the real world. So me and tailwheels have a lot to learn. Oh, there we go. Best rate of climb speed. Gross weight is 71. All right, VY is 71. Let me write that down. That might help. I was looking for that. They make you read a lot of things to get it there. 71 miles per hour. So we translate that after. VX is 50 miles per hour. But again, this is in knots. So I think that's because maybe when you have the radio gauge, I mean the steam gauges, they have miles per hour first and then knots on the inside. Climb should be around 80 to 90 miles per hour. While climbing, lean the mixture to achieve maximum engine speed. Use carb heat if weather conditions may be. Yeah, okay. Excuse me. Oh. Throttle, maintain directional control at about 40 miles per hour is rotation speed. VR. Alright. This is getting a little easier now that I'm seeing all this stuff. Descent. Take care not to exceed 2,700. Shock cooling the engine. By setting a high airspeeds. Too low of a throttle setting. And reach the mixture as you descend. Flaps. First notch below 85. Which again is 73 knots. Alright. Normal landing, they don't tell you a speed you're aiming for. But 10 feet above ground level, so it's kind of like, you know, when you flirt and anything else. But they want a 3-point attitude, which means kind of straight, let it settle, and then you're going to kick it back to go on the tail, which makes sense to me. So, because the tail's going to settle down as you get slower. Alright, should be interesting. Short field procedures, we're not going to need that. Alright, let me put all these things into knots now. So 71 miles per hour is approximately 62 knots. Alright, 50 miles per hour is about 43 knots. And climb 80 to 90. It should be 80 is about 60, 70 knots to 78 knots. Alright, it's a cub. Let me write this down over here now. VR is 40. VR is about 35 knots. Wow. Makes sense. Alright. That's why it's a STOL aircraft. V-flap extension. It's about 73 knots. 50 is 70 knots. VY is 62 knots. VX is about 43 knots. And climb speed is about 70 to 78 knots. Alright. Kind of have things going on here. So, alright, we're at 5 hours and 45 minutes. We're gaining some ground speed here. We're at 97 knots ground speed. And we're right outside Phillipsburg. Right over here. Allentown, Pennsylvania in the distance. And we'll be passing slightly north of the airport. There you go. And as far as fuel, we're looking pretty good according to this. I think that's right about there right now. So you figure it's about 21 or so. I think that's where we're reading it, you know. So, and if we don't know, then we can kind of not. It's not cheating, but we can use the computer to tell us. So, gotta turn the left tank on. Here we go. Burn the left tank a little bit. Again, that's something different than the Cessna that you just kind of have to get used to. I'd probably set an alarm just to make sure I can do that during the 18 hours of flying. I'm looking forward to flying during the Cannonball Run event, but we shall see. I think this is going to make Danville, though. So, I know it says 6 hours of flying, but it says 569 nautical miles, 95 knots. I think it might have been a little bit more in the Cessna 172. I think we have a stronger headwind tonight, so. But, we also have some backup airports around that area just in case, too. And that's what we're going to have to do the day of the event. So we're going to have to fly towards Danville, which is basically a straight shot towards LAX from JFK. It's on the route. And if we have to land earlier because of a headwind or whatever, we have some other airports we can land at out there. So, and just take it as it is the day of the event. But I do have to register, which is why I have to get these airplanes tested and under control. The Cessna 172 is looking mighty good, but this Cub, if I can just perfect it to some way, it might be good too. We'll have to see. And if we hit Danville and we have even more gas, or we've done it faster when I review the old stream versus this one, then we'll see. See how long it takes. We're going to try going direct for the landing again. Even if there's a crosswind, it doesn't matter to me. But has some nice visuals here. If it was a nice starry night, you'd be able to see right above you. So, the almighty Cub, you are correct. I really like it. I gotta get used to it. Again, I haven't flown a tailwheel before, but it's this event's forcing me to fly other planes and not just flying the 172, 152 all the time, which is good. Because I really needed that, and I'm gonna plan some adventures with some light sport aircraft and stuff like that. I'd really like to take a couple lessons in the Cessna 162, honestly, just to be able to fly it. And my flight school used to have one, but not many people were renting it. Excuse me. My back's itchy, and I've got this snare stick, so I'm going to use this snare stick to scratch my back, because it's the only thing I have around me. It looks awkward, but I'm going to do it. But yeah, they had a 162 Skycatcher, and then no one barely flew it, so then they sold it. And of course, my instructor's like, yeah, but then we sold it, and everyone's like, oh, I wanted to fly that. So, probably should have done it back then, but I was still training to be a private pilot, so I didn't really have a choice on that. Alright, we're just about over Allenstown, Pennsylvania. Allentown. Did I say Allenstown? I meant Allentown, Pennsylvania. And we still have 564 nautical miles to go. I don't know if I want to survive that long, but I'm going to try. And I wish I really started this earlier, but there's nothing I can really do. Family and stuff. So. But the autopilot, these switches do not work when you use tapping with the mouse button. If you tap, it goes like haywire. If you use the mouse wheel, it's hard to adjust, but it does work eventually. Get off the transponder. It's nice to see that it's touchscreen here. I think that might be us. We might be bigger, actually. I think we're out here more. Let me turn off the range here. There. Wrong one. I needed the inner switch. Here we go. That was us. I think we're crabbing in the wind here a little bit. Hence why ground speed's only 97 knots. Yeah, that's definitely us. Allentown, again, is right below us. We're at 44,500, so we are above Class C. Allentown, Pennsylvania. Ominous clouds tonight. Heavy analyzing going on, and I have an update on the aircraft that you could fly, because they have this registration again. So they told you, they ask you what aircraft you're going to fly. So, you could fly the 152, that's not going to happen. The 172 is in the running right now, so let's put that down here, because we know that it can make it to Danville, and I'll be able to do this thing in three and a fourth legs or something like that, 3.5 maybe, if I take the 172. The Cub Crafter X Cub is what we're testing on tonight. The JMB, again, if I cheated and said the pilot weighed 25 pounds, then I could fill it with fuel and say, good, awesome, but I'm not going to cheat that bad. These don't have enough. The Robin I was going to try, the Cap 10, it's supposed to have a speed of 135 knots and a range of 650, but it doesn't have an autopilot. And I just don't trust myself without an autopilot. I'll probably go off course a little bit, and I'll eat up a little bit of extra time with that amount of distance. So I'm not going to go the Robin. Again, the Pipistrel is a light sport aircraft. It's really not meant for long distance, and it won't make it there, even though they say some ridiculous number on it. So the Pitt Special, I forget why they didn't pick that one for. The Icon is obviously not an Icon for me. The Diamond 40 NG we did try. That did not have the 900 something nautical miles range, which makes sense now, but back then I was like, oh cool, it has like a 900 something nautical mile range. It does not. And I figured that DA40, the TDI version, would not have that either, and the DV20 will not have that. So that's why we're down to, I think, just these two. Tonight's Cub Crafter X Cub and the Cessna 172. And, I mean, I'm very much saying, oh, just take the 172, but I want to give the Cub Crafter X a try, I want to just put it through its paces, see what it can do, and hopefully learn about it while I'm off flying on autopilot here, so. But if you've flown the Cub X, let me know, because let me know some tips, because I get the basic gist of it, and I'll have my V speeds and stuff, but it's very new to me. It's a nice looking plane, though. Give you that. I should probably take a screenshot here so I can make a backdrop of it. So, camera controls. I have to zoom out enough, and then I have to line it all up. Alright, cockpit. View height down, up. Nope, that's not it. Alright. Right mouse button, yeah, I already did that. Look down, look, yeah. Backward, right, alt, and down. There we go. And then we'll make it come up so it's more central. This is how I make these backdrops on my video, usually. So I'll have it here. Center it really well. And this will be a nighttime shot, obviously, but it's pretty sweet. And then I'll take a screenshot. Yep, I might have got the mouse there, so let me do that again. Alright, let's print screen that now, so I have a screenshot just in case I need it. I'll load Photoshop, which is what we're going to do while we're flying. And this will be a little lesson on how to make your own cockpit backdrop, I guess. I like this view too. It's cool. It's cool to see it fly by like that. Okay, we just paste it into Photoshop. The hardest thing on these backgrounds for video is to get them scaled right. So what I have now, it took me forever to get my head centered on it from where the camera is and everything. But I have the Cirrus and stuff already lined up, so I'll center the Cub picture onto the Cirrus one. Take out that window, but you just reset the setting there. There you go. So we're back to the original view. Alright, gotta zoom in here on Photoshop. Just not getting the crop here. So yeah, if you ever want to do this in one of your videos, or heck, even borrow mine, the whole thing is that you need some type of program though that takes out the gaming chair behind you, and XSplit VCam does. So that is why I purchased it, because it made a lot of sense when I was using these backdrops. And I use it for work and everything. And I'm going to use it on the Eric Flight channel for another updated intro video, because the other one sucks. But again, I was kind of a noob still to the YouTube scene there. But anyways, I got Photoshop here. I cropped it out. And what you do is you're going to take your polygon lasso tool, and you're basically going to cut out the window scenes here. So I'll go like this. I got to zoom in more because I have to see where the border is. And it's right about there. And that's it. We'll just cut out the window to the best of our ability. It's really hard to see though. And I'll do this all around. I'm not going to do it right in front of the video because we're here to fly, but do it all around, and I'll cut that out and make it transparent, make this a PNG. And then I'll put that into my video editing software where I have a nighttime scene already kind of moving by, and I'll put this on top of it as an overlay, and it will make a video of the cockpit. So we'll do that later. I'll save this as a X-Cup background, and I will do that very much later. So backgrounds, X-Cub, that's all I'm going to do is save it like that. Done, and close. But yeah, that is how I would do the background, such as this one. I'll show you one. The Cessna, nighttime Cessna 172 would look like this. Just take some time since it's a video file. And then the nighttime Cirrus would look like this. And the nighttime 152, I mean daytime 152, I haven't done the nighttime yet, looks like this. Just gotta give it time to load, because again, it is a movie. There you go. That one I have to fix a little bit, I think. The tail is rather high, but it is what it is. And then I have my generic background here, which I tried to make in the style of a like European soccer interview after the game type deal. Came out okay. You can't really read this unless it's like full screen, kind of like this. We'll come back to the flight sim in a second, but sim, and there you go. So that's a little lesson on all my backdrops and how I made them. Just flew over Allentown, Pennsylvania. Airport there, the city's there. Pretty good. We're on our way. So, again, 550 nautical miles to go. That's why I'm pulling out all the stops here, showing you my tips on how to make cockpit backgrounds for green screen and stuff like that. But it's all good. It's cool. Again, you'd have to hide the gaming seat behind you. And XSplit VCam does that. I'm waiting for NVIDIA Broadcast to do something like that, because then I'll switch probably entirely NVIDIA Broadcast. They have a better microphone filter and everything for sound. It's actually quite amazing, but I'm not going to use it until it's totally compatible, because that's where I was having all those problems before while streaming. Pretty nice night out here, and pretty nice flight so far. Getting gas, let's check it again. I'm going to switch to the right tank now. We still have 35 gallons. It's about 3.5 hours, so maybe this won't make it. And it might be due to me not landing it right, but I'm trying to do speed versus everything else. So, all right, am I on the right or left? Nope, right tank. There you go. And that's it. It's just flipping those tanks over, kind of like the Diamond 40. It's the same type of deal. Allentown approach. Get a little background here, maybe. Come on. I don't know. But I guess they had a update with the navigation data, because that was like installing itself when I first started the sim tonight, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. What did I miss? Because I couldn't like play anything because I had to reinstall Windows and all these programs and stuff. But we're doing pretty good now, so. Alright, we're just about out of, well, we're above Class Charlie airspace at Allentown, but we're almost out of the Circle Class Charlie airspace. And we're on our way. We'll see the Allegheny River ahead. I think that's what it's called, but let me double check that. Nope, the Susquehanna River, that's right. I'm going to start knowing all these things, because I haven't flown this route so much. But I think tonight we're going to find out if we're doing the X-Cub, the 172, and then that's it. I'll stick it with whatever I pick tonight, and then we'll try a Rockies high altitude adventure to see how it will do over that route in the simulator for what I want to do for the Cannonball Run to LAX. And yeah, we'll go from there. Keep my V-speeds there in case I need them. Whew. You wouldn't think of the Cub having this long distance, but I guess it does. I mean, I don't know about the regular Cub. I know that the old 1940s Cubs are known as slow pokes around our airport when they land. They always go, they always do shorter finals because of that. But this is one modern Cub. Again, you can see that the fuel levels are going down, but it's kind of cool to see the gauges like this. So. Usable fuel, 3 gallons, so probably down to about here, and then that's 0, I guess. This would be the usable fuel, I'm guessing. And yeah, we'll see, you know. 544 nautical miles to go. 544 nautical miles. Take one down, pass it around. That doesn't work at all. Doesn't work at all. Boy, we're gonna be singing tons of loopy songs before the end of this flight if I decide to go the whole way. But I mean, if it's quite obvious that the fuel is not gonna survive, which might be a while still, but if it doesn't, then I know my answer, and we'll see. 95 knot ground speed. Not too shabby. Just cranking out as many knots as we can get on this thing, so. I think it's moving pretty fast though, I gotta be honest with you. I mean, it's not a jet, you know, but we shall see. So like I said, I got a pair of the Thrustmaster T-Flights. I got them on eBay, and it's an interesting story. So I was looking on eBay, and of course, you might not know this, or you might know this, but there are no rudders. Excuse me, I said thrudders. There are no rudders out there available for retail sale. They're all sold out, and they're made basically mostly in China. So there's like a worldwide shortage of like flight sim stuff. So my Cessna rudders were breaking on me, like to the point where I couldn't like use half of the right toe brake. So I had to get some new rudders. And I went looking for the Thrustmaster T-Flights because the TPRs are going for like $900. Yep, that's right. They retail for $560, so I know they're expensive already, but people are trying to rip off other people at around $900 for the Thrustmaster TPRs, the pendular ones. So then I was like, well, maybe I can get a pair of Verpal ones. They're sold out too. They're made in Europe. And they weren't lynching people as bad on that, except there was one that sold for $450, and I think they retail for about $300, somewhere around there. And then the next ones that came up on eBay, because I'm trying to buy used here to save some money. Yeah, the guy wanted $800, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm hurting for money, and I really need the money." Well, then I was like, "I'll give you $450," and of course he said no, even though he really needed the money, which doesn't sound like someone that needs the money to me. So then, to make a long story short, even though we have a long way to go here, the Thrustmaster T-Flights, I was like, well, I can get them, and I keep them as a backup here, and I can use them. And they do the job. They're programmable in a certain way, but they're very loose feeling. Like, it just slides so easy on the right. It's very, very hard to be sensitive on them. It's high sensitivity, so it's hard to keep it in a certain range that you want. And anyways, so I'm looking at eBay, and they're going for like 160, 150 when it's all said and done with shipping. And I found this one auction, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, give me like $90, starting bid, but you can send me a best offer." So I looked at like where it was from. It was from the next town over, right where I live. So I was like, "Well, dude, I can go pick them up, save on the shipping, and like offer them like $75." So like we talked through eBay, and I don't think he was understanding what I was saying, or I didn't understand what he was saying. But it ended up I paid $75 for the Thrustmaster T-Flights, which was a pretty good price considering that they're going for like 150. And I just picked them up next town over, so I didn't have to pay $20 shipping. $95 would have probably still been good for the price that they're going for. Someone told me that they used to retail for like $60 though, so I know I still paid $15 over that, but they're pretty nice. And then, lo and behold, I go over there to pick him up, and I see he's a police officer of a department that I know of because my cousin works as a police officer at the same department. So like, "Oh yeah, you must know my cousin." And I told him his name and everything. So, "Oh yeah. So it was interesting. First, I meet this guy from eBay who's the next town over, who's selling me these rudder pedals I really need at a pretty good price, and he's right next door, so I can just pick them up and save on shipping. And he knows my cousin, who's a police officer. So it's like all the stars aligned for me to get these rudder pedals, and they definitely have done the job. It's nice to have toe brakes that work, but again, I tried touching the sensitivity settings on the simulator, and they feel really good to put your feet on, though. I'll give you that. And they don't have, I mean, you can use them on the balls of your feet like I like, just like the Cessna, but it's still like a full pedal design. So it's a little weird, but they feel pretty good. So yeah, it was really amazing what the people you could meet on eBay. So this is a long flight, so I got to come up with some good stories. And I only know half of what I should know to fly this plane, so. But thank God for autopilot, right? I'm just doing it like a passenger that's not a pilot. Like, "Oh, pilot's passed out. Put on the autopilot." Okay. And then they like lead them through it till they can like get them to understand what they need to do. So we're kind of like that tonight. But yeah, so at least I got rudder pedals that work, I'm blessed for that, but I'm still going to go after the TPRs. I think it's pretty simple. I mean, it's got a mixture. The thing that's throwing me off, again, is the prop and the throttle. Like, I got it all the way. I know that you take off with full prop and full throttle, obviously, and the mixture all the way in. But then I'm looking at the POH, and I think it's kind of like the Cirrus, where the mixture doesn't really do much. Because, yeah, it increased the RPMs, and I did it by engine gas temperature here. So I did maximum engine gas temperature, And that's how you know, lean out the mixture. But the prop, I want to keep it up there, and the manifold pressure too is in the green, so I figured that's where it's got to go. I don't know what else to do, but it didn't really do a lot of different settings except for on the prop there with the RPMs, which again I want to keep up. If I was flying for real, I would think that you'd probably want it around 2,500, but they said keep it around 80, whatever it was here, which we're not even going to look at that because I want maximum speed, but I was also going to gallons per hour, and the only thing I can do is lean it to like 9, but then I was doing these weird funky things. So I don't know. It has carb heat though, so I know I need that for when I, well, actually, it doesn't say to pull the carb heat like the Cessna, but it's there if I need it, so it's not fuel injected, that's what I'm saying. It's a nice looking plane though. I mean, it's an updated version of a Cub, you know. And the other thing that I don't get either is, you think that there would be like a fuel gauge here somewhere where I can gauge the fuel, but I guess either Microsoft didn't model that in the panel there, or they just want you to look here and kind of switch tanks there. But I'm going to cheat, because I'm just going to look at what the simulator says up here, and that's how I'm going to switch fuel tanks if I fly this for now. So like, yeah, we're about even now. So I'm going to switch to left next in a little bit of time. But we're still 533 nautical miles. We're right outside Pottsville, Pennsylvania. And we're direct to Danville, Illinois. So, did fly past Indianapolis last time though, and that was pretty cool. Did fly by some places. First big city that we're going to fly by is Pittsburgh though. So, but saying a 93 knot ground speed. But I don't know the headwind, and I really wish I could. I mean, I don't know if it displays it on here. No, because it turned off weather now because I did real world weather. But, you know, it's cool. GPS tracking, ISO line map. I don't need that. That's the Susquehanna River coming up. See, I'm starting to memorize names of places now. But we'll be flying over Pottsville, Pennsylvania first. Yeah, beautiful looking plane, but I don't think it's modeled right either. And I have to go by default settings and everything. So this is what you get if you're gonna fly it. I'm really hoping that we start seeing snow in the simulator, and I might be able to do that tomorrow because it's supposed to snow around here, and that's why we're not flying for real tomorrow. It's supposed to have heavy winds, ceilings down to 800 feet, and snow. So if we might fly the simulator just to get a look at some snow. I have an event coming up that I'm planning for January for the Rich USA Flying Club. Where hopefully the theme is winter, so I'm hoping that we'll see snow on that flight as well. But we shall see. And the pressure and temps in the green. I mean, I don't know what else to do with this. Maximum fuel imbalance is 5 gallons between tanks. Okay, so that's nice to know too. On the Diamond 40, it was 9 gallons difference. So, but we'll let the right go at it a little bit more, and then we'll shift to left. So. And again, it's gonna be a long flight, so I'm gonna try throwing some good stories at you, but I don't know if I keep it for 6 hours. I think the last flight with the Cessna, I did a pretty good job. Tonight, I don't know. So we'll have to see. And if I need a bathroom break in the middle, I'll just leave it on autopilot, and I'll just go and come right back. So I'm sorry if that's kind of cheap too, but. I mean, it's got a nice panel. Switches are nice. Has a nice backup, you know. Horizon and stuff, and electronics there. Let's get another update on the pressure there. I'm just doing pushing B. Again, this flight's just to see if I'm going to use this at all. And again, if I do use the X-Cub, I'm really going to seriously have to study up on it. So, I mean, maybe there's some YouTube videos even. Why not? We have time, right? X-Cub, how to start up. Here's the overview. That's probably just, wait, had certification in June of 2000, what? 2016. So, this is what they're showing on YouTube. It's a nice looking plane.
With its short field performance and overall strength, the Cub platform has always been uniquely capable. To advance every aspect of this aircraft, Cub crafters designed X-Cub.
It's composite, carbon stuff.
Built on an entirely new airframe comprised of chromoly steel, titanium, aluminum, and over 100 carbon composite parts, it delivers unmatched strength while trimming every possible ounce.
Yeah.
With a useful load as high as 1,084 pounds, X-Cub can carry 2 adults, full fuel, and easily handle enough gear for a weekend expedition. A new cowl design delivers low-drag cooling. Aileron push rods mounted internally eliminate cables and pulleys.
Wow.
The new streamlined spring gear boosts overall performance and adds up to 14 miles per hour to cruise speeds. To take full advantage of these aerodynamic improvements, we outfitted X-Cub with a constant speed composite prop that is both extraordinarily lightweight and efficient. These changes add up to significant performance increases, with a top speed of 153 miles per hour and a cruise of 145 miles per hour. Endurance may be stretched to well over 1,000 miles. To improve yaw stability and overall handling at these speeds, we designed a vertical
126 knots.
To further refine handling, we completely re-engineered the ailerons and the way pilots interact with them. Control balance was optimized by adding an aileron cove, modifying the airfoil, and repositioning the hinge lines. This resulted in improved aileron response, lower lateral control loads, and natural centering.
Well, that's what we're flying.
X-Cub truly redefines the performance envelope for this family of aircraft.
Oh, that's pretty nice. All right, let's go to this tutorial. This is just the cockpit and all that stuff.
Hello everybody. In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at the third of the glass cockpit, and that is going to be the Garmin G3X. Now, the G3X is a slick display system because not only does it do everything that the G3000 suite does, but it also has the ability to combine it into a single 10.6-inch bezel, which is really, really cool.
Probably should have watched this video before flying this tonight, but that's okay.
This is one of the Cub crafters. This is the X-Cub. This thing is actually pretty slick because it uses basically the same engine as you could see on a regular Cessna 172. So our flight today is going to
now it makes sense that it's comparable.
And we're going to be flying over to Meriden. Now, what you probably notice is if you just take a quick look at our little display here, there are no flight plans on here. As a matter of fact, if I zoom out, you'll see no magic lines. The reason I did that today is so I could take a moment to show you how quick and easy it is to dial in your flight plan correctly. So first things first, this display combines your regular instruments with your MFD/moving map. You can actually change between modes. If you come up here and click full, and you can completely disable that map if you're doing just VFR flying. You can go back to this mode as well if you're looking for kind of that IFR experience. That being said, most of these aircraft that pack this in Flight Simulator 2020 do not have ratings and certifications for flying in IFR. So kind of keep that in the back of your head as well. So first things first, let's go ahead and dial in
whatever
our
it takes to win those pedals.
So to do that, there's a couple different things we can do. First thing we can do is we can go over here to
currently over Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Again, I'm using this big knob in the back. Don't use a little knob, and you can just simply go right to the middle one. And now you simply set your origin, any waypoints in the middle, and your destination. So for example, I could come in here and go ahead and dial in our current origin if we wanted. So we could say KDXR, Kilo Delta X-Ray Romeo, press enter, and now we have our start point.
Is that what it is?
We could set an en route waypoint. Let's say we really want to go out of the way. We could do like HFD, which is a VOR. It's going to pop up saying, sure, this is what you want. It's like, yeah, hook me up. And then, of course, we can come down here. I'm actually scrolling with my mouse, but you can actually click this and drag it. So now I can go ahead and set my destination down here. So I'll set destination airport. Again, like I said, we're going over to Meriden today. KMMK, Kilo Mike Mike. kilo.
All right, we're doing
Enter.
okay here. See, that's why I'm going to go on green if I get any turbulence.
Just like that, you can see we have a complete flight plan done. Now, if we wanted to get a little crazy here, we could actually go, let's say we want to go down to Carmichael VOR or something like that. I could go in here like this and type in Carmichael and press enter, and ta-da! I've got an even crazier little flight plan. So that is one of the greatest features of this, is how quickly and easily you can dial this stuff in.
Let's get to the actual,
Again,
how do
this
I
is for
fly
good
this
visual
thing?
flight rules and stuff like that. Nice trick, too, is you can actually come in here and say, oh, I didn't actually want that waypoint. And as soon as you do that, you can go ahead and reset everything, and now we've reset our original flight. And we're pretty much ready to go. Now, if you're ever in a really, really super hurry, you can always press this button down here.
Yeah.
So what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and move that. And I'll leave that one in. I'll leave that one in, actually. We'll just hit the back key. Boop. Okay. Now you can actually come down here and press this little D with an arrow and actually dial. I'm going to
fast forward here a little bit here.
Because what you probably notice is if I look over here, it says the word FMS. That simply navigation radios. It simply means that when we set up, go ahead and sound ourselves up. Trim here.
Right.
I still cannot. I still have no data. The reason being is because I'm a little too far away and there's a few too many mountains between me and where I'd like to go. At any time, I can now press the back key. So without further ado, let's get airborne and then we'll take a look at some of the other features. Go ahead and sound ourselves up. Release the parking brake, and I'll go ahead and smoothly apply the power this time.
Full prop.
All right. I still cannot believe that they managed to put 180 horsepower in something this lightweight. This thing is like 50% carbon fiber. Don't quote me on that. It's just quite a bit. And look at the takeoff distance. And we are up. Wow.
It's right at the bottom of the red. Do you notice that?
All right. Now they're up. We can
So
go
he's
ahead and
supposed
start
to be
flying our flight plan. Go ahead and give myself a little bit of
35
trim
knots.
here.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yep.
Lovely. All right, let's go and take a left. Now, this same G3X system exists in multiple different aircraft in Flight Simulator 2020, and it's definitely worth checking them out because, like I said, that's about as hard as it is to quickly plan a flight on the fly. Now, if somebody called me up and said, hey, could you do such and such and such and such, it would take moments for me to just quickly go through those menus and dial it to exactly what you want it to be. I'm going to take myself a big old left turn here, line myself up with my desired flight, and I'm going to go ahead and level this off a little bit. I'm still trying to get the hang of the trim in this Flight Simulator. It seems to accelerate if you hold it longer. It's basically what I've been able to determine so far. All right. I'm going to back my RPM
Don't know
off
if this
just
is
a teeny tiny bit.
interesting,
We're working
but-
this engine pretty hard right now. That looks pretty good right there. Go ahead and level myself off. I'm going to start swinging to the right a little bit so we can start going back to our proper course. Now keep in mind, you don't have to use the GPS/FMS for navigation. You can use conventional VFR navigation.
I'm bored. We're going to check out the rest a little bit later. But, yeah. So GPS, again, if I was using it totally, it'd be pretty easy to use. I entered its stuff right in from the menu, so probably going to do that for the flight for real on the 26th anyways. But it looks like a pretty easy plane to fly. I tried to start it with a cold and dark cockpit, and I couldn't get that to work either for some weird reason. I was following the POH with a checklist, but it is what it is. Alright, so we are to the northeast of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, way out in the distance. We're a little bit further north than what I took with the 172 last time. And let's check the balance of the tanks here. And I'm going to do it here. I'm going to cheat a little bit. So yeah, I should go left tank and burn some off the left tank now. Flipping to the left. There we go. And we're still what? It said in the video I just watched it has the same tank as a 172. So I should get the same type of performance for the engine. The question is can I exceed what the 172 did, seeing that this is made of carbon and titanium and stuff like that? And I don't know the answer to that. We have a 99 knot ground speed right now, so we picked up a couple knots. I'm at the same level I was in the 172, which, you know, again, it doesn't make any difference because it depends on the tailwind and headwind that day at the event. But I hope this video is somewhat interesting. I know it's kind of just like, oh, we're just going to take this out and see how long it goes for. But we're going to see if we can make the end go with it. And you can see that the gas is definitely going down. Can't even really see where that ends. Can you? Maybe down here? No. It's kind of bloated up here, but that might be just the glass. So I don't know. Keep an eye on it. All right, 514 nautical miles to go. Oh, Lord, what am I going to talk about? Well, you know, I'm not going to force it. As it comes, so. But let's take a look outside. That right there is Schuylkill County Airport. Can you imagine flying a two-seater JFK to LAX in real life? I mean, you could do it. You could do that with anything, but still. Can you imagine doing that? Modeled it very nicely. I don't know about the flight dynamics. So certified in 2016, pretty new, and looking pretty nice on the simulator. As all things usually do look nice on the simulator. It's just a matter of flight dynamics not being correct. Like that Diamond 40, that took me for a spin. I didn't make it very far with that. We didn't make it anywhere near Danville, Illinois. So there's no way I can use that for the event on the 26th. Which is, I'll go over that in a second, but it's called the Cannonball Run. It's basically take a GA aircraft you could pick from. It has to be stock from Microsoft Flight Simulator. It could be any of these aircraft. These are the ones that we're considering. Again, I have my reasons for not using these at all. Some of them are slower. Some of them don't have the range that they should have, according to what the simulator says at least. But these are the aircraft that you can take on this Cannonball Run. And, let me get my email. I'll show you the posting. Don't try to win it, okay? Because I really need those TPR rudder pedals. Give me 1 second. I'll load up that site. Yep, that's the wrong email. Okay. Actually, don't have it in here? I thought I did. Oh, yeah, I did. All right, give me a second. So this is in the Microsoft Flight Simulator forums, but I found it from another Twitch streamer called CDL. Oh, actually, you can see it right here. CDL is running this Cannonball Run challenge. It's an unsanctioned road race. It's basically flying, though. So we're going to do an air race from JFK to LAX. December 26th, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, East USA server. I'm going to stream it on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Again, the stakes got real because Microsoft is donating a Thrustmaster Pendulum rudder system, which is the rudder pedals that I've wanted, but they're all out of stock. It looks like that. And they go for like $549, $69. So that's the overall winner. So we have to get there first. And again, here are all the rules as of now. We're using Sim Air already, so I have to see that that's working again. And it's also going to be a fundraiser for the Aero Zipangu project. This man is one-eyed pilot, real-world pilot, is trying to fly the world, around the world. So we're gonna raise money for him as well at this GoFundMe. But just to show you, the way that they're going to make sure that you're being real about this is that there's this Sim Air app that I have running in the background right now, and it kind of logs you on what you're doing. For some reason, it is logging me. It just said JFK, but this is our flight so far. And actually, it stopped picking me up here, so I don't know. It's probably because I had to restart the simulator or something. But I have to make sure it's working that day. Actually, it's shut down. That's what happened. So I'll have it running before I start the simulator, and it will go. And we'll test that more after we pick an aircraft that we're going to fly. But that's the SimAir app. It's pretty cool. It's a SimAir client. You just download that. You run it before you start the simulator, and then you have a login that you make, and it logs all your flights. So for example, in the 172, here's what we did before to test the 172. We flew from JFK to Danville, which is what we're doing tonight in Illinois, right over the border. That's about as far as we made it with the 152. I was going to push it to, where is it? Champaign. I was going to go to this airport over here. But I said, why push yourself? I'm going to have to refuel anyways. Anytime you refuel during this event, they're going to make you wait for 10 minutes. And again, that Simulator app shows how much time you were on the rule. So refueling is only permitted if you wait on the ground for 10 minutes per Rule 1A. So I have to read over these rules again. But we're only going to have to stop at 1, 2, 3. I don't want to show my flight plan all the way, but I think it's like 3 or 4 airports at most to get to LAX. In the 172 at least. And he left it pretty open on what to take off on. Like, literally I could take off from anywhere. As long as I'm at JFK, take off and go. So it's gonna not be very realistic on the takeoffs, or even just get, it's just, let's get there as soon as we can, get those TPRs. And if I don't win the TPRs, I'm not gonna feel bad, because it is a nice fundraiser and everything, and a nice thing to do. But it's gonna be like 18 hours straight of flying. And that's why you need an autopilot. There's no way in heck we're gonna be able to do this without an autopilot. So again, one of those aircraft was out just because of that. So, and if you land at any airport, it creates a save point. And if you crash at all, whether it's virtually or the sim or the computer crashes, you can respawn at that airport. But you're probably pretty much screwed at that point. You're probably not going to be first, because there are other people's computers who aren't going to crash. I am going to knock on wood right now. I got some wood right there. Okay. I'm going to knock on wood, saying that this hasn't crashed on me in quite a while with the simulator. So, but that's why we're testing all these out. We'll be in the Rogers division, because we'll be a solo pilot for the whole way. And then they have another one here, the Kelly and McCready division, which is where you could have 2 pilots switching off. So you have to physically share the same PC, but you can actually like take breaks. But I don't have that because no one in my family flies. So, and the TPR goes to the first overall winner. Doesn't matter what division. So, but you must track your flight with that app that I showed you. So that's what we're gonna do on December 26th. I'm lucky. I'm a school teacher, so I'm on vacation for a little while during the holidays, and I can do this. But we have to find out what airplane we're flying, and then try it out in the different difficult areas. Like the next thing we'll have to do is take the plane that we pick and go try it out in the Rockies, around the area that I'm going to fly. So, but we are coming up on the Susquehanna River, and if I loosely base the time, probably been flying for like an hour and a half, I would think, somewhere around there. So I will have to compare this with the other stream that I did with the 172 and see about how long it took on that one, but we'll be able to compare that with the timings on the video. But now that I know that this Cub, according to that video, the Cub video, it said it had the same engine as 172, the only thing that this could beat the 172 with is the weight that it has with the carbon, the titanium. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm kind of intrigued in a way. But I would like to win those DPRs if I can. And either way, it's going to be a worthwhile challenge. Be streaming the whole thing. Around 18 hours of flying. Bathroom breaks here and there, with the autopilot on. So, cheer me on. Stop by here and there, because I'm going to need it. Lots of coffee. Lots of coffee. So, at least it's 8 a.m., so it won't be nighttime when we do it, and we can see out here a little bit more of the scenery. Be more enjoyable. But if you figure it's 18 hours, was that 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Yeah, I'm not saying watch the whole thing. Oh, God, no, please don't. But stop it when you can on the 26th. It's going to be one hell of a day, and I'm going to need some moral support there. But if you figure between this flight and the 172, if I do this whole flight tonight, that'll be 12 hours. So let's figure 20, just to make it safe. So that way, in case there's a headwind or it just really takes that long. It's going to be 8 a.m. before about 4 a.m. in the morning here on the East Coast where I am, when I about finish, hopefully. But I don't know what other people are going to do. This other guy's having a whole tutorial on planning for non-pilots, and I'm not going to watch that because, again, I've been through that with the private pilot training, being a real-world pilot, but I don't know. I thought I had a leg up on that, but CDL, I don't know if he's running the event, so I don't think he could win the TPR. I mean, he could finish first, but I think it would go to the first person there. But check out his stream. I'll put up his Twitch there. Because I gotta be honest with you, they are very entertaining. They're like a husband-wife team. He's a real-world pilot. And I think that's it. Let me double-check that. Yep, that's him. So, but I'm kind of jealous because his wife, like, helps him out and stuff, and they dress the part, too. He wears, like, the goggles and the flight gear. It's pretty cool. And, yeah, they have fun doing it, so. But we are still moving along here. 5 hours to go, according to this. 490, naughty. Yeah, that was good. 499. Thank you. Wow, we're getting tired already. It's only 10:51 here. 499 nautical miles to go. We got a 99 knot ground speed, so we should be there in about 5 hours. Yeah. I don't know if the fuel's gonna last that long. And in front of us is the Susquehanna River. In the distance. And if I remember right, this has the lights on the border of it. Yeah. So right about here is where the river is. That's what I'm thinking. Take a look at it as we get closer. And I'll put some music back on too. Jesus, I didn't even put it on after the video. So, but we're gonna ride this thing all the way in there if we can. If you have any good stories, feel free to share them, by the way. It's gonna be a long flight. Long flight. But I had so many problems reinstalling Windows. And they made it easier than before. I will say that, because now they just install like a new Windows, but keep your old Windows in a folder so that you can transfer stuff over. So as far as the simulator, the hardest thing was waiting all that time for the data to download when I was installing the simulator. I'm going to turn my video off for a second, and even my mic. I have to blow my nose, so I'll be right back. I'm very sorry. Be right back. Alright, coming back. Sorry about that. Just didn't think blowing my nose is very attractive. You know, I'm thinking about taking the bathroom break soon too, I gotta be honest with you. So, but you had the right idea on that. So, alright, I'm gonna do that too. We're gonna take our first bathroom break. So again, even though I'm going away from the computer, I'm still gonna mute my microphone and also turn off the camera. We'll be right back. Alright, coming back to you. Whew. Alright, I found some beef jerky while I was out there, so that's cool too. We'll do it. A little snack. Doesn't hurt anybody. But if you just tuned in, we are currently doing a test flight of the X-Cub and seeing if it can outrival the Cessna 172 in the simulator. Of course, my seat's not working with me right now, but that's okay. It's cool. We're on autopilot. It's not the most exciting or even skill-based flight. It's more of a go direct, see if we can make it happen, because we're going to enter the Cannonball Run Challenge. Again, posted here on the Flight Simulator forums. Hosted by CDL, who is a Twitch streamer. And it's a fundraiser, first off, for the Aero Zapango project. We'll actually look at that in a second. But they're also basically Microsoft is donating a Thrustmaster pendulum rudder system, which I've wanted, and I'm probably gonna end up buying if I don't win it. But we're gonna try winning it with this race here, and if not, it's gonna make one heck of a Twitch stream. So either way, we're gonna do this. It's gonna be about 18 to 20 hours of flying, and we're doing all these tests on what aircraft to fly, and this and that, and I'm trying to make smart choices about it. It does seem to be going a little faster than the 172 generally. The 172 usually hovers around 110 knots. This I'm pushing to the brink at about 116, so yeah. But we also have to weigh out like how much fuel is left when we get to Danville versus the 172 and how long it took me. And again, the headwind is going to be different. There's definitely a headwind. We're only at 99 knots ground speed. We're over the Susquehanna River right here, Pennsylvania, and we're going towards Pittsburgh. So, and we still have 490 nautical miles to go. So, that's still about 5 hours out. I won't lie, and that is a long flight. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see if we can do that. It's gonna be like 3 a.m. here, but I'll see. And it's really just to gauge how the gas is doing. I have to switch a tank too here, so. Oh no, we're not. All right, we're gonna switch to the right though in like a minute or two to balance out the tanks. The most we can do is 5 gallons between imbalance on tanks there. So, but I try to switch it here and there just to keep it level. And yeah, it is what it is. It's a beautiful aircraft. We watched a video on it earlier from YouTube, like a real world, like here's the X-Cub and this is what it does. And it looked pretty sweet with the composites, the titanium, and everything that's in it. So it makes it lightweight. So that's probably why it's a little faster. But they said it had the same engine as a 172. So I don't know if it's going to make a difference or not. I mean, I'm thinking this is going to end up becoming comparable to the 172. And in that case, I'm going to take the 172 because I fly them in the real world. And I'm just accustomed to it. So the next test after this will be, again, flying over the Rockies and seeing how it does at high altitude elevations. I've flown the 172 on the simulator above the Rockies. I've never flown above the Rockies except on, like, you know, a passenger jet aircraft going to Los Angeles in my life. But we'll see how that does. My Around the USA flights that I did earlier this year, which are archived, I mean, on the Eric Flight YouTube channel, so check those out. It's over 100-something hours of flying. Did the whole perimeter of the United States, but I think that's going to prepare me for a lot of what I'm going to see out there because I've done it. I've done it before. I did kind of avoid the Rockies and their highest point, but this time I'm not going to be able to because I want to go right over it. And we'll go right near Glacier National Park for a landing. So that's a planned stop. But tonight we're just going to the first drill. This is where I have to land checkpoint of Danville, Illinois. And we'll see what it does. So I got some beef jerky. We shall see. And I'm sorry if this is a little bit boring for a Twitch stream, but I had to test it out, and I figured why not just stream it anyways, because I'm doing it anyways. We'll take a look at the fundraiser, though, that we're going to raise money for. We're going to basically do everything on Twitch. I'm going to go straight live stream, and hopefully it all holds together. But I had a horror story of having to reinstall Windows this week and every other program. So I think we got someone down now. So that behind us would be Penn Valley Airport with Selinsgrove, Pennsylvania. And we will be coming up on Pittsburgh in the distance. That's the first big city that we're going to see outside of JFK tonight. Other than Allentown, Pennsylvania, that was pretty big too. But we still have quite a while to go. 484 nautical miles. My GPS is saying 4 hours and 52 minutes. So I should be tracking 281 though on the bearing. So let me do. Actually, I don't have to do that. I set it to nav. I keep forgetting that. So like the 172, I didn't really trust the nav, so I just kind of did heading manually. But this I just set to nav, have it all programmed in, and that's what makes this boring a little bit for me. Because I just sit here with autopilot. But it's the only way that we're gonna do 20 hours of flying in a day. So. And while I usually don't eat on stream, if I'm going to be flying this long, you might be seeing that too. So, and my gaming chair, I'm probably going to have to get a gaming chair soon. This thing's getting beat. I've had it for like 4 years, so it might be time. It might be time. It's a cheap one too, so. Excuse me. All right. Well, I've been flying for almost 2 hours, and maybe not 2 hours, maybe like an hour 40. But we're getting there, you know. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what this play card lighting. I thought it would light this up more, but it's really not doing much of anything in this model. And some things are a little bit messed up on this. Like, see, I didn't touch anything there. I mean, it said I did. Well, your shield worked, yeah, but it says decrease from doing the mouse wheel the other way, and it's not doing much of anything. So let's see if I decrease it, if it'll do anything. They didn't really do much of anything. So why would you have it in there? Like, it's kind of aggravating. But all right, I'm coming up on off our right will be okay, for the name of it, State College, Pennsylvania, with the Nittany Lions, I believe. Is that where they are from? I think that's where they're from. And that'll be coming up off our right up ahead. But if anyone has any tips about the X-Cup, let me know, because this is a newer aircraft to me, and probably the first tail wheel I've ever really flown on a simulator. I've never really flown one in real life either, but even in simulator, never really got used to tail wheels. I read over the POH, I got my V-speeds, and it said normal landing, this and that, but we'll see what we can do. I got my knots to hit when I extend the flaps. I'm figuring touchdown will probably be about 60 knots or so, just like the 172. Because flap extension speed greater than 15 degrees is 70 knots. So I figured 10 degrees below that would be a 60 knots. Rotation speed is impressive, 35 knots rotation speed, so. Penn State was is that what's out of State College, Pennsylvania? I have scenery for that, so I'd love to see it, but again, we're all about the performance tonight, so. But again, if anyone has any X-Cup knowledge, feel free to share it with me, because it seems like a pretty easy aircraft to fly, but and it looks really nice too. I mean, tell the fuel gauges by actually seeing it through glass, like tubes and stuff. That's pretty cool. The LT's back there. I don't really think these things work here, but they seem to be circuit breakers here. You have a squelch switch, and I think that's an isolation switch. I don't know if that's for the to turn it off for the back seat or not, but It's a really nice aircraft. Is that a reflection? No, that was the controls back here. I get it. Okay. And the flap lever up here. But anyways, when we do this event for the Cannonball Run on the December 26th, which is what we're training for, we're gonna have a fundraiser, and it's for the GoFundMe here. The English is below, so I'll try to zoom down there. So this gentleman, this pilot, is trying to fly around the world, and I don't know what he's flying, but he's basically has broken all the rules to being a pilot. He's half blind, he only has one eye. He's involved in an accident, he died, and came back, so in other words his heart probably stopped and stuff. He lost his eyesight in one eye, and the condition labeled him handicapped, which means that he can never pursue dreams of flying in Japan. So, nothing. So he moved to the U.S. and received a college degree in the U.S. and pursued his aviation career, became a pilot. He's a flight instructor and shares a love of flight with students and pilots every day. He has a wife, child. But anyways, he wanted to make this challenge for himself because he's overcome a lot. And he's going to try flying around the world, which is pretty cool. I mean, I don't think I would be able to do that with my wife and kids, because my wife isn't totally approving of flying. She puts up with it though. I gotta give her credit. She puts up with a lot. And my kids aren't able to fly with me because she just doesn't want them in the plane, and she won't fly either. But I have to respect that. You know, it kind of stinks, but you gotta respect things. But anyways, we're gonna be doing this fundraiser. We're gonna be promoting this the whole event, and we might watch this video in a little bit. That's him. Looks like he has some type of bonanza there, I believe, with the V-tail. So I don't know if that's what he's flying around the world, but it's pretty interesting. And if you don't want to wait for me to show that video, I'll just leave a link right there. You can look it out for yourself. But we're gonna look at that in a little bit. It's a long flight tonight, so I'm trying to spread out things I can show you. And I'm still doing it off the cuff here, but just trying to keep things somewhat interesting in between. The weather's been pretty good tonight. It's clear skies now. It is slightly cloudy coming out of JFK, and I'm glad we didn't wait till tomorrow to do this, because I'm supposed to fly for real tomorrow, and the cloud layer down here in Massachusetts is supposed to get down to 800 feet, and snow and high winds, gusts, and so I had to cancel my flight for tomorrow. I was going to do another cross country, I think in the 172. I don't even remember where I was going to fly. It might have been the 152 actually. So, let me check what I was doing. Yeah, I was going to fly in the 152, and then next Saturday I have a flight planned, but I don't think I can make that one. So I have to look at the schedule and see if I can book around that. Sunday is a possibility in the 172N for flying for real. Then the next flight I have booked after that is the 19th. But then I go on winter vacation after Wednesday the 23rd till January 3rd. So I booked a couple flights over vacation. And we'll see. I booked myself all the way up through the beginning of April on flights. But, you know, as they come, we'll try to do more cross-country rural flying. I have a video I'm still editing. I got 4 videos to post there at Flight Channel. I've just been really busy with everything lately, and having to reinstall Windows in my computer and everything, that did not help me at all. I mean, I'm glad I backed everything up. My wife called to the compound for a reason. I mean, I literally have like backup drives galore for videos and stuff. I mean, I could total it up for you. It's crazy how many hard drives I have hooked up to this thing, but literally, these are all hard drives hooked up to my computer. And this is the old SSD drive. I bought, again, the Samsung Evo's 970 Plus, so it's a little faster. So I wanted to use that as my Windows drive and my flight simulator drive. So that's what we did, but it was a pain getting that thing to copy over from my old one. But I would dare say I have about, well, let's see, this is 8 terabytes. let's just say about 60 terabytes of data. And sadly, a lot of those drives are blocked up with a lot of things. So yeah, we don't fool around here. We have tons of data to store. I even let my brother FTP sometimes to one of them to store some of his data. So, you know, it's all good. But that was built up over years. So we are currently still coming up on State College, Pennsylvania. Lewistown, Pennsylvania is to the south of us a little bit. And we're still 470 nautical miles out. The ground speed is steadily increasing very, very gradually. We're at 99 knots. We were at 91 when we started on cruise, and now we're at 99. So it did pick up a little bit. But we'll see where we end up. So and we'll try to attempt a landing if I can. So get my tablet here. Students trying to finish assignments at the last minute. Well, you try helping them. That's all you can do. Emails Friday night, which I probably shouldn't even check, but I do because I actually care. But all right. And then another weird thing about reinstalling stuff on the computer, I use this program called XCon to send the GPS data from the simulator to my tablet, so it treats it like it's a real GPS. Yeah, that wasn't working. Well, no, I'd say 40 minutes before I was going to stream with all of you. And I ended up having to install the SimConnect module from the FSX SDK. And that made it work. So that made no sense. I thought SimConnect was all set with Microsoft Flight Simulator. But nope, I had to still install it from the SDK for FSX. So it's a good thing I actually own that, because I probably wouldn't have any GPS data nor be able to use my tablet with Avera, which is the program I'm used to using. I had Flight Plan Go ready on here, but I couldn't get that to connect. I actually like Avera better. It's just simpler for me. I've been using it for like forever. Everyone says I should switch to Flight Plan Go. I'm not going to get ForeFlight because I don't fly enough in the real world to actually think it's worth buying. Avera's free, so that's why I'm using it. And it's never failed me, honestly. I've never had a problem. The only biggest problem I've had using an electronic flight bag has been ADS-B. I have a receiver. The thing won't last, it says up to 5 hours, but I tend to get about 4 hours out of it on the battery charge. And I tried putting it on a power pack while using it, and that didn't seem to charge it fast enough. So I have to kind of come up with a way of that. I mean, I do use it. It's nice to have, and it shows me ADS-B data for the aircraft around me in the real world, but it is what it is. So Mifflin County Airport coming up in front of us, and again, Lewistown, Pennsylvania is on our left over here. So that's it right there. Let's take a look outside the aircraft again. Night lighting is really, really nice in the simulator. And State College, Pennsylvania is out there. That would be, I guess, where Penn State is. That makes sense now that I think of it. So that's where we are right now. And Pittsburgh will be coming up on our left, way up ahead. So. But yep, I know it's not the most exciting stream. It has a goal, and it's just going to take a really long time just to see what we can do. So if I was after the viewers, I wouldn't just plan flights like this, let's put it that way. But I figured, hey, I'm going to do it. I might as well stream it and give people a little view at least the X Cub and what it has in it. So check out the Aero Zipangu project in a little bit, this video here, and see what the fundraising is going to be for that day. Looks like they raised $13,825 out of $45,000 for the goal. And if I win the TPR, if I win it, I might even just donate some money to that in return. You know, it won't be the $560 it costs for the TPR, but I wouldn't mind putting a little money on there from the Eric Flight YouTube channel. Again, I make all my money for roller flying from the Eric DIY YouTube channel. Eric Flight's more of a passionate thing where I share my roller flights and also archive all my streams on the simulator. So the other thing I wanted to try is seeing that I'm using the computer so much between work and stuff, I got these gaming glasses. This was cut down on the blue glare. I think I look pretty good in them. Pretty sweet. The only thing is that they're amber, so they kind of give an amber little tinge to everything, but it does cut down on the blue light that's damaged the eyes. They're kind of stylish too, but I actually, maybe this was like an Eddie Van Halen guitar moment here where I invented something new. I don't think I did though. But if you use them, because the biggest thing about webcams is the blue light makes your skin look blue, but if I put them in front of the lens here, does it make things look a little bit better or not? I mean, I can't tell. It has a reflection coming off the lens though. Here we go. So that makes it look a little more natural to me. If we're gonna try comparing that. I'll take the lens off. I got the glasses right in front of the lens of the webcam. And if I take it off, you see how it has a little blue tinge to it still? So I'm thinking about maybe, call me crazy, thinking about leaving these there. And it gets a little more natural color. So I'm gonna leave it like that for a little bit. It's getting that glare though. See, I gotta put it right up against the lens so it doesn't get the glare. There we go. That makes it look more natural. So they should make some filters like this for webcams, because it just seems to do a nice job. I mean, I got lighting coming from there. I have some LED lighting underneath the desk to try to counteract the blue, because it seems to work a little bit. But those glasses do a heck of a job just on the webcam, I gotta be honest with you. So I don't really have a lot of options. This is a really cheap webcam, and in the future I might buy a really nice one. They also have, I have a GoPro 8 that I use for the aircraft, and they're coming up with like a webcam software for it. So, but I'd have to mount it to the monitor, so we'll have to see on that. So, always upgrading my rig here a little bit at a time. So, all right. Well, Lewistown's off our left now. State College, Pennsylvania's out there. And we are just gonna keep soldiering on ahead. How close are we to Pittsburgh? Probably not that close. No, we still have a way to go. In the real world, we'd be transversing through Class Bravo airspace. Again, the rules of this Cannonball Run, it's very loose. It's just get there as soon as you can. You don't even have to really follow real world like procedures. Like they want you to like take off and land, yeah, but they just want you to get there and be the first. So I'm not going to fly VATSIM that day, obviously, because that's not part of the rules. The rules are basically, oh, hey, you have to just use the Microsoft Flight Simulator services and weather and stuff. They really want to show off Microsoft Flight Simulator. That basically seems what it is. And so I'm not going to worry about like calling in the Bravo or anything with air traffic control. I mean, this thing is, I'm not saying it's useless, but it's pretty anal. I'd call it anal. It's an anal air traffic control system, and that's why I like VATSIM. It's like I'm on New York Center now, and I don't even know if it really tuned to that. It says it did, 134.8, but see, it still says tune. So what the heck? I already tuned to it. Usually it would go there and give you a bunch of commands, right? Like, you know, contact center for a flight following, but it doesn't even do that. So you tell me. It seems a little broken to me. I'm just saying. I don't know. My butt's starting to feel it. I've been sitting too long. I'm gonna stand up. Oh boy. And stretch. We're going to be doing a lot of this that day, too. Oh, boy.
UPS 101 contact
I guess it
Cleveland
did
Center on 121
call into New York Center. The thing is, oh, now you can request flight following. So I don't know what that was all about. We'll leave it on center here and get some radio chatter going on. And keep flying this thing.
Going to 121 decimal to UPS 1013.
That is real world traffic with UPS there, by the way. So that is a cool feature. I don't know how. I mean, I know it's accurate to. It's like delayed, but it is the real world flights. Like you can check up the flight number and flight radar 24 and get all that information on what type of aircraft and where it's going and where it departed from. But it's all good. So you know what? We'll look up that UPS one. How's that? So that was UPS what? 1013. All right, I got the flight radar 24 app here. UPS 1013. Obviously a UPS flight, but UPS 1013. No results. Okay, let's try it without a space then. Now I got it. Here we go. It's going from Boston to Louisville. I don't want to say Louisville. Louisville. Louisville, is that how they pronounce it out there? But, yeah. Let me see what I get on the map here. Is that it right there? No, that's FedEx. Alright, let's try that again. UPS 1013. There should be a button there.
121 decimal, 2 giant, 1083.
But anyways, it is an Airbus 306 300. I really just wanted to show it on the map, so I don't know why it's not. But it departed Boston at 10:07, 10:13 actually. It's supposed to arrive at 12:36 in the morning in Louisville. I can't say it. I'm trying because I know it's like Louisville or something like that. They pronounce it that way, and if you pronounce it any other way, they get mad at you. So I'm trying. That's all I can say. And that must be outside Pennsylvania right now. So probably right around there. That's what I'm thinking. Alright, well anyways. We are coming up on some mountains up ahead. I'm trying to find out what the name is. It's not really that much. It's right outside of Blandburg, Pennsylvania. Altoona, Pennsylvania will be there too. And to the right though is State College, Pennsylvania. So again, that's where Penn State is, as I was told. Looks pretty nice. Again, it's a nighttime flight. I did real world time and weather on Microsoft Flight Simulator because that's what we're gonna have to do that day. And I mean, real world time probably not, but we're leaving at 8 a.m. Eastern time, so I'm probably gonna keep it real world time because it's just gonna be able to be seeing all the points here at daytime. You know, all the scenery and stuff. So we'll definitely get to see all this during the daytime when we do that flight on December 26th. Boy, it doesn't even have an estimated time of arrival here on the top of the stream. I just noticed that. So, I don't know what's going on with that, but Zulu time in the simulator is 11:10 Eastern Standard Time, 0410 Zulu. And and it's off by about 15 minutes. Now I do have a program that will set that for me. Actually, I did have a program. I have to reinstall it. But we're not going to worry about that right now. My frame rate is not that good. It bounces from 9 to 17. I don't know if that's because if it's because of the video, but the video's been working great tonight on my stream here. So, but anyways, why don't we take this time here to check out this fundraiser? I'm going to pause the background music here, and let's watch the video about this fundraiser, about this pilot who's trying to fly around the world. This is what the fundraiser is going to be for that day when we fly on the 26th. Yep, sorry about that. Here we go.
人生と同じで、空の世界っていうのはアップ&ダウンなんですね。いい時もあればすごく悪い時もある。高校も大学も航空関係の勉強に進んだんですけども、18歳の時に大学に入学した直後にですね、交通事故に巻き込まれました。死んでるはずの身だったんですが、奇跡的に助かりました。頭蓋底骨折といいまして、この中にある視神経が切れています。よって命は助かったんですけども、片目の視力を一切失うと。日本では障害者がパイロットになれるということは不可能だと言われています。そしてアメリカに渡米をして、大学院で勉強していた時のことなんですけども、教授がですねこのように小さい飛行機を持っていまして、30分ほどのフライトだったんですが、彼が「なんでシンジパイロットにならないんだ」と「まさかお前障害が理由でパイロットにならないっていうわけじゃないよね」っていうふうに彼が言ったわけです。で、片目でもアメリカではパイロットになれるんだよと。お前の挑戦は何もまだ始まっていない。この一言で全てが始まったような気がします。でも空に上がるとやっぱりそういうふうに頑張ってきた自分にこうご褒美を与えてくれているというか、そういう感じでそうですね。というか空に上がるととても感謝の気持ちになりますね。はい。私は今このエアロジパングプロジェクトという、NPO、非営利団体の代表として、講演活動をさせていただいています。でですね、2020年、このボナンザ飛行機で地球を一周したいというふうに思っています。航空業界もしくは航空産業の後継を育成したいということがまず一つです。そして二つ目、私のように障害者と言われても障害者にはいろいろな種類があると思うんですね。でやっぱりですね、そのマイノリティの人たちっていうのは世界中にいます。でもこうやって私が飛ぶことによってなんだ、僕にも私にもできるんじゃないかというメッセージを、これは日本だけじゃなくて世界中に伝えたいんですね。なのでその空に上がるっていうのはもちろんリスクは伴いますけども、でも正しい情報を、そして正しいスキルを持てば空の上でも地上の上でもしっかり生きていくことができるんですね。
So again, that's what we will be raising funds for that day during the Cannonball Run, and I'll leave a link up on my Twitch stream the day of the event, and with the link and everything, we'll make a special thing for that event. But that is what the fundraiser is all about, and I do not mind promoting that at all. I think that's a fantastic story and everything like that. Look at that clear sky. We got some clouds actually in the distance, but I think it's really cool in this Cub to look straight up there. That must be really, I mean, you don't want to do that forever, but you know, the visuals are very nice in this Cub. So, but all right, we're passing again State College, Pennsylvania out there on our right. Nothing really to the left, so, and I know it's nighttime, so we don't get to see much except for beautiful night lighting. but we're gonna go for it. Pittsburgh will be coming up on our left, way up ahead. So, have quite a while to go. 444 nautical miles to go. It says 4 hours and 23 minutes. But our ground speed is steadily again increasing. We're at 101 knots right now, which is kind of what I think it did in the 172 when I did this flight with the 172. So it is what it is, and we're just gonna let it fly. That's all we can do. It's one heck of a flap switch, though, huh? How do you measure 15 degrees with that? I guess I mean, is there an indicator? Or is it just kind of lock in place? I bet you it just locks in place. Grab that with the left hand. Yeah. I've also wondered, do they have constellations in this and stuff? Like, is that real star data? Because I had real star data and prepared when I had that, and I had to make it myself, but you can put it in there. So, and I'm thinking about installing Prepared 5.1 again. Because again, when I had to take out Windows and install it new, it kind of, I backed everything up. So I have my old Prepared version 5, but I'd have to reinstall it and then set it all up again, either way. So I'm thinking about doing that just to have it on the computer, but I don't know if I'm going to do it right away because I kind of need space. So. Yeah. The other thing I don't get is that on my old hard drive, my old SSD drive that had Windows in it, I have 554 gigabytes free. And yet on the new one, I have 1.2 terabytes free. So I don't know how there's a 700 gigabyte difference between this and the old drive. If I copied it over, and I know I got some more data on the old one, but I didn't think it was that much. So, I guess the desktop took up a lot. How much space did the old desktop take? Oh, I'll put some music on too. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, 34.6 gigabytes just on the desktop. I am organized chaos. Really am. So, it is what it is. That blue light filter with those lenses, that's working pretty nice. Let's go with a full screen here. Alright, let's back to our flying here. And I'm definitely starting to feel tired. I've been up since like 6 this morning though, because I did work today. So we'll keep it going. And we've got perfect coffee mug that I used this morning, but I guess I could use more coffee maybe. With that one, huh? Caution, aviation can be hazardous to your wealth. True statement. True statement. I don't know if you can see that, but it's pretty cool. So, my students get a kick out of it. They know I'm a real old pilot. They still understand why I did it, half of them, but it's cool. But yeah, it is what it is. And I hope to make the Cannonball Run stream as exciting as I can when we do it. So, and this is kind of a test for that too, because again, I'm just winging whatever I can at you to make you stay somewhat interested in the stream. And I understand if you leave, I really do, but I'm just streaming what I'm doing either way. So, let's get a little nightlight here. I was testing out this thing too. Oh no, actually I did leave it up there. On the top of the screen you'll see that there's a neon sign Eric flight thing. I tried working on my Adobe Photoshop skills and tried making things into neon lights. So it's been working pretty good. I also made a little thing for the Virtual USA Flying Club so that we could promote events more. Whoops, sorry about that. Let me see if I can get that up here. I'll show you. But our next fly-in event for the Virtual USA Flying Club would be the Breeze into the Bahama event. And I made this wonderful graphic to promote it. Again, using my neon light skills. I'm using this now to promote events. It's pretty cool. It's basically all computer generated. I did some lighting, but the neon things was what I was after. So I made this neon sign looking thing for a Virtual USA Flying Club. We play Among Us every now and then as part of a club, so I thought that was cool to add. And I've been on a Harrison Ford meme kick, so. But you'll see that we have various streamers in our Virtual USA Flying Club, and we have lots of fun. So if you did want to join the Virtual USA Flying Club, if you're on Twitch, check it out below. We have a link there to take you right there. We're on Discord basically, and that's where we do most of our conversing and meeting. And we all belong to VAT Sim, so we fly online air traffic control at our events, and we have lots of fun doing it. So hopefully I learned this X-Cub a lot more, because we also do some bush flag events. I know we did some well, the founder did some flying on the Bush Club and he invited everyone there, and if I get more comfortable with the X-Cub, I might actually take him up on that, so we'll have to see. But so far so good. I'm kind of impressed. It's a nice easy ride. It's not that hard to control. I think it's gonna be harder to land with a tail wheel because I've never done that before in my life, virtual or in real life. And we'll have to see it. I mean, it's easy to set in autopilot, but I'm not doing a 20-hour flight without autopilot. Sorry, not gonna happen. Just not gonna happen. All right. Well, we're getting towards Pittsburgh. I said Pittsburgh. This is great. Sorry about the mistakes. My mental capacity is going down as I get more tired. It's been pretty nice weather. I mean, I know it's a little scattered up there and everything, but we haven't really hit anything at 4,500 feet. And the day of the event, I'll take a look at the real world winds aloft and calculate what would be the best level for speed versus time, and we'll go with that. But again, we just have to find out what aircraft that I gotta fly. Excuse me. To go. If you didn't hear me, 433 nautical miles to go. 4 hours and 22 minutes of flying. And we'll be hitting Pittsburgh first off our left, and then we'll be south of Cleveland. So it's quite impressive, the range of these aircraft, you know. I never really pushed an aircraft to its full range, except for the 172 in the simulator now. And we shall see. We'll see what happens. But we're going to end up right outside Indianapolis, a little bit past it, in Danville, Illinois, right over the border. If we keep flying. We'll have to ask me. You know what? I never changed the tanks. You know, that's another thing I'm going to have to set timers for. So let's see what one I have to choose. Well, we're still within the range, because I don't know, they said 5. Okay, so we're right about it. Gotta switch to the right tank. Come on now. Switch to the right tank. Whew. Again, I'm not used to switching tanks in real life because I fly a Cessna. Gravity fed. And while the 172 does have left and right switches, you usually set to both and leave it, because the left and right is only if you're uneven on the fuel for some reason. You just burn it on the right. I know, I think in the Cardinal, the 177, there's something about feeding it from one tank and then another after a certain point. I think I read that somewhere. I'm not positive on that, but so there are reasons to have a left and right valve still on a Cessna. I mean, obviously they wouldn't put it there unless there was a reason. So it is gravity fed, except for fuel injected models. I think, yeah, that makes sense in a way, because it has a fuel pump. But carb is just basically gravity fed. So if it gets imbalanced, you just kind of set it on one side and another. Let's take a look at the gas up here. And is it modeling? Yeah, it's kind of modeling. We're down to about 20. Actually, well, if we're looking at it this way, maybe 17 on that side. What about this side? Whoa. Oh, this one. I don't know. This one definitely looks like it went down. It might be that there's a vacuum and it only sucks from one side. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing there. I'm not in any way knowing what it is, but I'm pretty sure that those show real fuel levels. So let's consult the great FSX menu. I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator menu, not FSX. It says I have 9 gallons on my left, 15 in my right. We're currently burning off the right, so we're about halfway through. Almost. So we have about 2 more hours. I don't think we're gonna make Danville. I gotta be honest with you. But we'll see. We'll keep flying it, you know. And worst case scenario, I will probably try to put it down somewhere around where it's gonna burn out of fuel. So 105 knot ground speed. So again, we're gaining speed as we go. Left it at pretty much the same settings. The manifold pressure went up by 1, and we are in the yellow. But we're just gonna leave it. We're gonna let it do its thing. We're still burning 10 gallons per hour. If I lean out the mixture, it doesn't really go down that much. And I want maximum RPMs and speed. So we're just gonna let it ride. As long as it's not like right up here, versus right near the never exceeds, I'm good. So. Maneuvering speed's like 80 in this, like 80 miles per hour, right? Let's see, maneuvering 87 utility, 97 normal. So let's see what 97 miles per hour is in knots. That'd be about 84 knots. Yeah, we're like 30 knots above maneuvering speed. So we're just gonna go with it. Flap extension speed 81 miles per hour again. Is that what I said here? Let's see, 81. Yeah, so greater than 15 degrees, it'd be 81. And you can actually do the first 15 degrees at 73, but 73 knots that is. But 81 miles per hour works out to 70, so that is correct. So I guess I have the POH that kind of outlines what this is. It just doesn't have this advanced avionics in it. So, but either way, we'll learn the XCOP together as we fly it. So, get another altitude pressure check there. I'm just hitting B. I'm not gonna go nuts and check out weather stations like in real life. Pretty just hands off. I mean, I'm using the autopilot for everything, so. But Pittsburgh will be the next great site. There's Altoona, Pennsylvania, coming up off our left here, over there. So let's take a look outside the aircraft. Got some nice lighting on the aircraft. We're gonna, you know, the thing about that Sim Air app they're gonna make me use is it's gonna kind of track everybody. So as we go, we'll be able to see what's going on out there. it's a pretty new app, and there's not tons of people that use it right now. You see there's some here in Europe using it. I don't know if they live in Europe, but they're using it currently over Europe. It's one over Greece, but there have been a couple of people that use it here and there. It's a nice app. Kind of does what my Garmin watch does, which is track your route, and then you can kind of put the satellite on it. But here's my logbook again. When we did the flight in the 172, the same flight we're doing tonight, it tracked everything. So set some satellite imagery on there. That was straight on 1 tank of gas on the Cessna 172. So it got there. We're trying to get to the same place, Danville. You see that? Again, I was going to go all the way to Champaign. I was going to really push it, but I was riding on fumes here. So I said, I'm just going to go direct. I don't care if it's a crosswind or not. And it ended up not being. This actually worked with us for the winds that night at least. And I landed on runway, I think it was 32 or something like that. And that's where we landed. Vermilion right there. So right outside the Cloud 9 banquet hall. But yeah, that will be the only thing I unveil about my flight plan, is that will be the first stop that we will try to make during the Cannonball Run. So we're right about here right now on our flight path. So we're about 40% there, I'd say. About, not totally accurate 40%, but if I check the Fly Live app, which is what I'm using to use that little menu at the top, it tracks me and everything. You see the frame rate's not that good. It bounces around. Again, I don't know if that's due to the camera or not, but it seems pretty smooth for the simulator still. It says we're 33% done. So it also gives me an update on the JFK weather from a while ago. So, but we'll leave it there, and this is see, it tracks everything: altitude, vertical speed, velocity, fuel in gallons, and how it just goes down from where you were. That's what I ended with. I ended with 4 gallons. Pounds, if you want to do it that way. Consumption, I wrote around 9. So again, if it's the same engine, I did 10 right here. If it's the same engine, though, it might be better to take the 172 for range, because I'm thinking if I'm doing 9 gallons an hour there, the 172 might be the way to go. Consumption in pounds, and then throttle, which I kept pretty, I mean, it was takeoff. I had a little roughness at the beginning, but then I just leveled out and cruise. So that was what? Well, that's throttle. I wish they had ground speed here. If they could track the ground speed, that would help me. So, but they don't. So, you see that I really push it though. 95% throttle. Usually you aim for around 75, 77. Usually 75. So that's like 2,400 RPMs. And you can see I did that at the very beginning. Did about 70. But after that, I was like, yeah, we're gonna push it and see how far we can go with that speed. So. Well, that's the Sim Air app. And we are, again, right near Altoona, Pennsylvania. Altoona, Pennsylvania. Flying over some small little mountains below us. Sure, I can't see the dark, but they're there. Trust me. Now, the other strategy when we get towards the Rockies, seeing that we're gonna have to climb an elevation, is do I stay as low to get the denser air, so I get more thrust from the denser air with the prop, or do I just set it for the altitude above the Rockies? Say, all right, done, and so we're gonna have to test stuff like that. I would think I would keep it low, generally go higher over the mountains, skim them, and then come back down for that denser air. I don't think 4,500 is bad, but I'm gonna have to check the winds aloft in the area that day and see how it affects the plane. I have my E6B somewhere around here. Well, it's here. I know it's here somewhere. I have a backup one in my flight bag. But we'll calculate everything for that day. I'll wake up early, and we'll try to win this thing. Win one for the Gipper, right? Is that what they say? Or is it the Skipper? Can't remember. Look that up. is the Gipper. I was correct. And what does it mean to win one for the Gipper? It means to pursue success or victory in honor of someone else. So, you know what? I'll dedicate it to world peace that day. So, and it refers to the celebrated Notre Dame football player, George Gipp, the Gipper. So, you're welcome. World peace. That's what we're going to do this for. And that's right, the Thrustmaster TPRs, if we can win them. If not, it'll still be good experience. And it'll be good. Got to move around a little bit. Alright, we've been flying for about, oh god, almost 3 hours. We're coming up on 3 hours pretty soon. Probably about 2 hours, 40 minutes right now. Ish. And we've made it almost to Pittsburgh. Still not quite there. A little distance out still, but we're getting there. Well, there would be Johnstown, Pennsylvania, in distance. And we'll keep going. If we hit any clouds, by the way, we're just going to keep going at 4,500 on autopilot. We're not going to go nuts. But my ground speed is picking up still, 103 knots right now, and I haven't touched anything on the controls. Burning about 10 gallons per hour, and I'd say we're about halfway through almost our fuel. So we'll take a look. Yeah, I got a burn from the right still, so I think I am on the right though. Yeah, I am. So I'm gonna let that burn for a while, and then we're gonna shift to the left again on the fuel. Check out what's happening in the Virtual USA Discord, Flying Club Discord, that is. And oh god, it's the New Jersey Devils, classic jersey. But not much going on. We had a winner of the picture of the month here. I'll show you what the winner looked like. Again, bush flying seems to be making a real appearance there, but this is some bush flying. Who won? Zach Bartig, and it's a beautiful shot of his cub next to a friendly bear right there. So that was pretty cool. I don't know if that's Microsoft Flight Simulator. It looks like more like it looks like X-Plane to me with Ortho, but I'm not positive on that. So, but I don't really use X-Plane, so it is what it is. Still flying. Out in the distance should be some windmills, which there are. All those red things are windmills. It's a windmill farm. Wind farm, if you will. And we're just going to continue on. Soldiering into the night. The good news, we just passed the I only have 4 hours more to go point of the evening. See, I don't know if we're going to make the whole flight, but we're also going to see what the burn on the fuel's like. Still kind of veering towards the 172, I got to be honest with you. It's not that I don't like the X-Cub, I just feel more comfortable in the 172, and it has comparable performance right now. Let's see. My stream, it doesn't tell me the amount of time I've been doing this for. But if I go to the Eric Flight YouTube channel, and I check out my archived stream from when I did the 172 with this, we'll take a look at where I was about a little under 2 hours in. And I'll mute it so you don't have to listen to it. But if you want to check anything out, check it out. I gotta answer a question of a viewer too. But content live. And I'll mute it. Alright. So about let's get the takeoff here. had some issues at the beginning. So I departed around, nope, not there. This is what I'm looking at right now. It's about 20, let's say 24 and a half, okay? So 2 hours and 24 minutes in. Where was I? Let's see if we can spot that. I don't know where I was in 2 hours, 24 minutes. What does that say? Oh, can we zoom in on that? Let's go full screen for a second. Well, we got a big river there. Big lake, I mean. I'm trying to find that in the sectional. Let's go back a little bit. Let's keep watching for a second. Again, we're trying to compare the Cessna 172 that I flew the same route with this X-Cub. So this is about 2 hours in. We're almost, wait, that was 2 hours in. We're gonna be almost 3 hours in. No wonder why. All right, so 3 hours and 24. Let's see where we're at. HLG, where's that? Just to compare. Alright, find KHLG using Sky Vector. So we, God, I can't even tell you. Nope. We were a little bit outside of Pittsburgh. So yeah, it's comparable. I'd say it's comparable because I'm not 3 hours in yet. And it looks like we're going to be outside Pittsburgh in about 3 hours. So, I mean, I'll keep that running just to compare. But if you just tuned in, we are doing a it's not the most exciting Twitch, I won't lie. But we're doing a run on the X-Cub to see if it is better to take that rather than the 172 on the Cannonball Run, which is an event happening on December 26th. And it's a fundraiser, it's a fun Twitch stream, and at the same time, it gives me the possibility of winning the Thrustmaster TPR rudder pedals I've wanted for a long time, which are sold out. Microsoft is going to offer a set of Thrustmaster TPR rudder pedals. So that's why we're doing this test run, to try to get everything in order and see what we can do. Everything's on autopilot. I'm not really touching anything. That's too bad. Oop, that's too bad or anything like that. And yeah, it is what it is. So, but am I having fun club? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I'm more of a hand on the yoke type pilot, but I'm not gonna be able to do that if I'm gonna fly for like 20-something hours during the Cannonball Run. So, you know, just not gonna happen. Sorry. That'd be quite the feat, though. I'll tell you that. So. Trying to see if I can find myself on this GPS here. Zoom out. Lost track of myself. But it looks like we're gonna be proud. There we are. So in that video, I kind of had to close it, but Pittsburgh's coming up. Actually, Pittsburgh is a lot closer than that. It's probably this orange area right here, this Class C. I think that's Class C. Yeah, Pittsburgh's right there. We're right outside. So I was right about here, about 3 hours in. So we'll see if that's going to be 3 hours in the X Cup. I think it's going to be very close, so very comparable. But I think that I really had to huff it with 10 gallons per hour, whereas in the Cessna 172 I was burning 9. So I'm thinking that the Cessna 172 is going to have just a little bit more range, even though Microsoft Flight Simulator says this has more range. And, I mean, it might be wrong settings, but at that point I'm like, I'm taking the 172 because it's comparable, and I'm just used to flying that even in real life. So, but we're on our way to Danville, Illinois, and we're doing a range check here basically by flying all these hours here. That is a wind farm in the distance, and we are coming up onto Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh will be coming up off our left in the distance. Again, I don't know if that's it. I don't think it is. I think that is Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Indiana County Airport, and then Pittsburgh will be way in the distance, so we'll have to see. Is it me, or does that have the night lighting reflecting off the clouds? The night lighting of the city. That's pretty beautiful right there. Let's give it a little... I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's got that golden quality about it. So that's really cool. Looks like the clouds might be coming down a little bit. But again, we're going to just ride it on autopilot, 4,500 feet the whole way. Doesn't matter if I have bad weather or anything. We're just going to let autopilot do its job. Might have to worry about the speed at that point, but we're going to go with it. And currently on SkyVector, by the way, it is showing moderate to severe turbulence. And this might be the stuff that's coming for me in Massachusetts. That's where I am currently in real life. Tomorrow I'm supposed to fly for real in the 152, and that isn't going to happen. I already canceled it because we're supposed to have a ceiling of 800 feet, snow, and gusty winds. So we'll see about when I can get back up in the air pretty soon.
New York Center, LobQuest 790 is out of flight level 250 for 10,000 feet.
But with the COVID thing ramping up too,
0 New York Center, continue as planned.
It really doesn't make me feel safe to fly with passengers. So I already told everyone I fly with, like, I'm not gonna take anyone up with me at all for the near future, at least, until COVID dies down a little bit. And even then, I'm probably gonna, and it's not that I want to, but I'm probably gonna slow down on the amount of flights I fly anyways, and I'll save that money, and hopefully the vaccine will be offered to me, because I'm working from home right now remotely until that vaccine comes out. They actually let me do that at work, and as soon as I get that vaccine, I can get back into work and not teaching remotely. And but anyways, I'm trying to be cautious. We've been quarantining pretty hard here at my house. Some family members are now COVID positive, and I haven't visited them, and I feel a little guilty about that too, because one of them is going through some health issues, and I'm supposed to be like secondary, stand-up man helping out, and I can't do it with a family and small children. I can't put myself at risk, and also with work letting me be remote. So I'm hopefully gonna get over there as soon as they stop displaying the symptoms, and it's been a while, and I'll try to help with the best I can. But man, this COVID thing's really tough, I'll tell you. It's not easy, and it's not easy when you already had someone in your family who had health issues going on, and then they got it. I just learned that today, and it might have been spread from another family member, the number one that was taking care of that person. So it's kind of, it's really bad. So it is what it is, though. There's nothing I can do. I can't change. I can't help people. So, but it is what it is. All right, we're coming up on Indiana County Jimmy Stewart Airport. That's kind of interesting. Is that named after the Jimmy Stewart? Let's check that out. Jimmy Stewart, I mean. Kilo India Delta India Airport. I should put airport after that. Airport. All right, Jimmy Stewart Field, World War II. That's what I'm thinking. Excuse me. Oh, it has a website. Let's check it out. So we're about to pass Jimmy Stewart Airport. Modern public use airport serving communities of Indiana County, Pennsylvania, surrounding cities. First opened May 11th, 1929, as Hamilton Field. Okay. Named after for Indiana's native son Jimmy Stewart, best known as the Academy. Oh, I'm sorry, the actor. Yep. That's where I got it. I knew he was connected to World War II. Army aircraft flew 20 combat missions in Europe during World War II. He's in the Air Force Reserve, retired in 1960 as Brigadier General. So that is Jimmy Stewart's 1961 Cessna 310F. That's pretty cool. And they're restoring it right now. And yeah, I thought I recognized the name, and I knew it was an actor, but at the same time, I was like, kind of remember him being World War II. But that will be coming up off our left, up ahead, over there in the distance. So that's where we are. And you can see that Cleveland's in the distance, Pittsburgh's right here. So this is really zoomed out though. I will let you know that too. Here we are getting to Pittsburgh, so. It says we have 3 hours and 52 minutes left of flight at 103 knots ground speed, 399 nautical miles to go. Again, we're gonna see about the fuel situation and what's going on. The frames are not doing that well tonight either, so. But let me check one thing. If I turn off this camera, I want to see if it gets better on the frame rate. But the camera's been doing better tonight, so let's see. I'm gonna turn off my camera for a second. Not really. I mean, it went up a little bit, but not a lot, so. Alright. And the camera's pretty smooth, too, so I can't complain. Let's check my settings on the camera here. Set the quality to automatic. I'm not always 30 frames per second. Acceleration. That didn't really do much, see? So. Standard quality. You can start seeing the chair behind me more. Do you see that? That didn't do much either, so. I had set the highest to get rid of the chair behind me. Yeah, frame rate's about the same, so I think it's the simulator. I gotta be honest with you. And I only have it set to high settings. But we're feeding out of the right tank here. That's what I was checking on. And we're gonna switch it back to the left when we can. That seems to be sipping gas, though. That's really cool. Again, this aircraft is made out of composite materials, titanium. They really tried to strip the weight from it to make it have a good range. And we're gonna have to watch the speed in a little bit, so we might have to turn that down. We'll pull back on the prop a little bit if we have to. The manifold's gonna stay around 2625, so. But we're getting to that yellow level right now, so we gotta be a little more careful. And we'll see what happens. Evil Bill flying with us tonight in the 747. Is that an 800? 747-800, is that a model? I haven't flown airliners in the longest time, so I can't even tell you anymore. Now the frame rate's even better if I look to the right. It's up to about 16. Boy, I don't know what happened to my frames, but they went down. If I look straight back, it's a nice view, number one, but number two, my frames are about 18. So I don't know why they went down so much. I mean, I was getting up to 40 before, so I'll have to investigate my settings. Again, I had to reinstall Windows, so it is what it is. And just like FSX, though, the real time versus the sim time, it dwindles as you go on. So, like Real Zulu right now, it's 12:10 in the morning here, between 0510 10 Zulu. It's saying the sim time's at 0443 Zulu. And again, I do have a program I can install to fix that, but I don't want to take the chances on it crashing anything. I'm gonna get a little beef jerky. Well, we are coming up on Indiana, Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh is way in the distance out there, so we can't see it yet, but it is going to be coming up on our left, along with the, I'm going to try pronouncing this, Monongahela River. Monongahela River. Try saying that 3 times fast. I can't do it. But we're going to be passing Pittsburgh right to the north of it. And continuing on our way into, I think it's Ohio, right? Yeah, Ohio after that. So 391 nautical miles to go, 3 hours and 47 minutes, 3 hours and 47 minutes estimated flight time. We're at a 101 knot ground speed, so we slowed down just a little bit, so we must have a little bit of wind from the front here. Very comparable to the 172. It's amazing the range on these little planes, though. I mean, I know airlines can do this, no problem, but these little planes, you know, it's amazing what you can get out of the range there. I actually have a friend in the Virtue USA Flying Club. A lot of friends, actually, but again, that's posted right over there, right there. Ooh, there we go. There it was on that banner if you want to join. But I have a friend who's in Cleveland, Ohio, Rob. And he wants me to fly out there someday. And it'd be a 8-hour round trip. So it also costs around $800 to $1,000 to get there on a rental. That's just for the flying, by the way. And you know, but if we save up enough money, I would do it just for the experience of flying out here in a long distance. But I have to consult with my wife because she's got to take care of the kids, obviously, if I'm going to be gone for like 2 to 3 days. So I figured get out there, chill for a day, try to come back, have an extra day just in case of weather or something like that, and plan it out. But it looks like it's clearing up here as we get to Ohio and Pittsburgh. So see if we can see the moon anywhere. That's really cool. Again, looking up straight up in the Cub, you see the sky above you. That is really cool. Let's check outside. Yes. What a thing, though, to take a classic Cub and make it like this advanced. That's really cool too. Maybe they'll come out with a more lighter Cessna. But I was reading the other day that the FAA is toying with the idea, and this does not mean that they're going to do it anytime soon. They're toying with the idea for sports pilots to not only, or to redefine basically what a light sport aircraft is in the weight column. And they said that they're thinking, again, not immediately, but they've been looking at having the 152 and 172 be within the range of sport pilots, which is pretty cool. I mean, they're pretty easy aircraft to fly, and it'd be more than 2 seats, obviously, if it's the 172, which, I mean, I'm for it. I gotta be honest with you. I am definitely for that. I don't see any problems with that. I don't think you should be flying, like, tons of passengers as a sport pilot, and, you know, obviously I'm a private pilot, so the thing about the sport pilot license is you could fly with just a valid driver's license and your certificate. So let's say that as a private pilot, I would just let my medical lapse. Well, as long as I was in good health, and I'd self-regulate that, and I have my driver's license, and I have my private pilot certificate, I can fly a light sport aircraft as a sport pilot. And I would, unlike sport pilots who aren't trained for Class D and air traffic control, I could go into Class D and stuff because I can exercise that as being a private pilot. Former private pilot. Well, you would be a private pilot, just that you couldn't exercise all the privileges of a private pilot if you didn't have a medical. So it's it'd be cool to have that option Seeing that I fly the 152, 172 and not have to worry about... This is such a sticky thing. I want to say worry about health as much, but you still have to worry about health. Like, you have to make sure you're safe to fly. So, and I think that they're understanding that they can... There's not tons of accidents from medical mishaps as much as they thought there was going to be. That's what I read, at least. So that's why they're thinking about increasing the weight level of aircraft that sport pilots can fly. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I would definitely welcome that, to be able to fly a 172 or 152 as a sport pilot. I just think it opens up more doors for general aviation pilots. And also being able to fly a total of 4 people in an airplane as a sport pilot. I really don't see a problem with that. I mean, either people are going to fly with you or they're not. You know, that's just what it comes down to. And you're going to be, hopefully, a safe pilot no matter what, because, 1, that's the way you're trained, and 2, you do want to survive. You know, they're not going to let any suicidal people become pilots as long as they can. I mean, that's part of the whole medical check. So, you know. But again, it's a catch-22, because you get that one person that does something stupid, and then you got a problem again, you know. That's what laws are. Laws are because people are dumb, I guess. Not all, just some. But it is what it is. That's what I always say. You know, it only takes one person to break a law or rule, and then more rules come into effect. So that's why they have rules, even though some of them are excessive and dumb. That's the way it is. All right, we're outside Pittsburgh. You can kind of see it in the distance here. We're right on the outskirts. So we'll take a good look at it as we pass by. Again, I'm still veering towards the 172 for the Cannonball Run event. But this is comparable. I mean, the headwind might be slowing us down a little bit compared to the 172, so I think it's more a weather thing, but I think they're very close on performance. And again, I think it's the same engine, because that's what they said in the X-Cub video. They said it's the same engine as a 172. So C172, and that'd be the SP technical specs. Let's see if it is. Specs. And that could go into the... Alright. So 172 SP has 126 knots maximum at sea level, 124 knot cruise speed at 75% at 8,000 feet. They think that the cruise recommendations are 75% power for 8,500. And I'm really after what engine is it? Is it 180 horsepower or not? That's the N. Okay. SSP. Alright. Garmin G3X, that's what the system is right here. Yeah. Oh, here's all the V speeds. But again, they're miles per hour, they're not knots, and this isn't knots. So, take it as it is. At least I think. Yeah, pretty sure those are knots. Never exceed is 167 miles per hour. I'll see what that comes out to. 145. Never exceed up. I don't know. I guess, yeah, because the red line would be up there. So, yeah. Alright. Let's go engine. I'll just search for engine. On the X-Cub, we'll do the same thing. Engine. And of course, people can still everything. This has, alright, the X-Cub has a Lycoming O-360. And it says the Cessna 172. I don't know if that's the SP. It says that's Continental 0300. No, it's the 360. It's the 360. Yeah, so they have the same engine. It's just a matter of, does the Cub fly better because it's more composite and titanium filled. So, but Pittsburgh coming up out there in the distance. Let's take a look at the fuel situation here in case I have to switch tanks. We're getting there. Might bleed the right a little bit more. And we'll have to see about the fuel situation. Okay, now I want to look at those fuel gauges and see if they're doing their job up here. Should be about half, right? It's 23 divided by 2, it'd be about 11, but you don't really see that up here, do you? Oh, wait, unless that's it. Is that the line right there? That might be the line right there, actually. Yeah, so it could be. This could be the left tank, which is supposed to be lower than the right. Let's look at the right here. Yep. Okay, so it is. It's just hard to see at night, I guess. But to travel this on, what, 22 gallons? I think it's avgas, yeah, because it's the same engine. So 22 times, I'd say the $4.50 average, right? Times 4.5. That can't be right. Is it right? Alright, what do they say up here? They say 23, right? It's at 24.5 total. Alright, so 3 gallons is non-usable. It stays in the tank. So let's say 23 times 4.5. So it costs a little over $100, probably 15, to fill this thing, and you can fly all the way to almost Illinois, hopefully, Danville. I mean, that's pretty good on that amount of gas. This is a really light aircraft to make that happen. I gotta be honest with you. So that's just cool. It's 180 horsepower. And the 172 SP, it's the same thing. 180 horsepower at 2,700 RPMs. Yep, so we're pushing it. 4 cylinders, direct drive, horizontally opposed air-cooled fuel injector. That's the other thing, though, is that I don't have to worry about a prop in the 172, and I'm not used to controllable pitch prop plane because I fly 152s, 172s in the real world. So it's looking like the 172 might be the way to go. Excuse me. We're having a little bit of wind issue here because we've slowed down to 97 knots ground speed, and we're outside Pittsburgh. So it is what it is. That's gonna be my slogan. I say it so many times. Oh my lord, it's a long night here. It's 12:30 at night, midnight, past midnight here. It says we still have 3 hours and 50 minutes to get there, and 374 nautical miles. So, been streaming for about 3 hours though, I'd say. So with that, that means that my total flight time would be almost 7 hours, almost 7 hours there. It could be the wind and the ground speed making that happen. Then what was the knots? 120 something. See, the thing is though, when I looked in the POH for the 172 SP, I averaged at about 114 knots. True airspeed for cruise. Oh, excuse me. So let's see what happens when I put this in Sky Vector. and then you can enter in the speed of the aircraft. Let's say, well, it's 114 for the 172. So it says it would take 6.5 hours. And it would, oh, I got a 172 in there, yeah. That's a real world 172. I mean, altitude would be 4,500 just for what my test are. About 6 hours. All right. Let's say that this goes a little bit faster. Let's say it goes, I don't know. What did I write down? I wrote down that it goes 2 knots faster. It's the same engine. It's just a little lighter, I guess. 5 hours, 21 minutes. But with the wind, they calculate wind in sky vector. This is that moderate severe turbulence. That's why we're bouncing a little bit. We're right outside Pittsburgh, right about here. So that's where we are in the grand scheme of things. We're trying to make it to Danville, which I don't know if I'm going to make it all the way through this flight tonight, but we're going to keep an eye out on the fuel. See what we can do. Let's see if I have to switch the tank at all. No, not really, not yet. We're about even though. Boy, the amount of gas that you carry and the range on this thing is amazing. This carries a little bit less gas than, I put the flaps on. Put the flaps on. Yeah, go back. All right. Whoa. The Cessna, I think, has a couple of gallons more. That's about it. So, and I've flown a Cessna in real life that has like 50-something gallons in it. It's an extended range tank on the 172M, I believe. Or no, it could be the N model I flew. And that thing's heavy. Like, you don't really know how much fuel really weighs down a plane. I mean, 6 pounds per gallon, 50. That's 300 pounds just in gas. So, but we are coming up on Pittsburgh. We're right about near the outer little jutting ring of Class Charlie airspace. I mean, Class Bravo. Whoa, Class Bravo airspace. And we are going to be going through Class Bravo, but again, we're not being realistic. We're just going to go straight through it. Keep soldiering on. So. And we'll keep it going. Nice skies, nice weather. It's been too bad out here tonight. Again, shot of the cockpit here, or the flight deck as I like to call it. I really think it's cool that they have the fuel tanks over here with the gauges. When I first stepped in the plane, I was like, where's the fuel gauge? I thought it was on the touch screen, but it's not. It's all right up here. And it's really cool that it's modeled pretty accurately compared to what's supposed to be in the plane. So now, as far as fuel, that should, I think, have a slight blue tinge to it if it's avgas, which I think that this would burn, seeing that's the same engine as the 172. But I know the what was it? The Diamond 40 next gen there, it burned jet fuel, Jet A. That was also another interesting fact of that. So. Yeah. Long flight. 3.5 hours away. 368 nautical miles away. Pittsburgh is coming up on our left. That out there, excuse me, is Allegheny County Airport. And then Pittsburgh International is more in the center over here. So I don't know if we'll see it, but yep, sorry, I was zooming in on Sky Vector and that kept going. For Still trucking along here on the X-Cub. Great distance for a small plane. And I've pushed this thing. We've been pushing it the whole way since JFK for speed. So. To be honest, the Cessna burns about 8.5 gallons per hour on average if you follow the POH. I always estimate it to be 10, so that way I'm safer. I have a 1.5 gallons per hour more increase because more fuel is life, and if I estimate it that way, I know I'm going to land in a pretty safe place if I plan it that way for time. But this is burning 10 per hour because I'm pushing it. And it's doing a nice job. I mean, I can't complain. I mean, I don't know how accurate the model is versus the real life, but it seems to be doing a nice job on range. And the total trip is supposed to be 633 nautical miles. So we're at 366 nautical miles. We're almost halfway. So again, I don't know if I'm going to stay up all night to do this. I'm probably going to call it in about 2 hours. Just going to check the fuel. But I'm still veering towards getting the 172 on the trip here. I think that's going to be the best model, unless someone cheats. And that would be with the JMB VL-3. If someone cheats and puts the weight for the pilot to be like 25 pounds to carry maximum fuel, that thing's supposed to be 130 knots. So, that being said, that's what it is. I think the X-Cub and the Cessna 172 are comparable. The simulator says the Cessna 172 has a speed of 124 knots, the X-Cub 126. But again, we're huffing it at 2,700 on both of them. And I gotta be honest with you, I think the Cessna 172 is gonna edge it out just a little bit. I don't think the flight dynamics of the models are totally accurate if they're going by these numbers, you know. So, and again, familiarity, the 172 I'm familiar with because I fly it in real life. So, but I wouldn't knock the X-Cub. The X-Cub is a nice quality plane here. Pittsburgh in the distance. Alright, it's about that time again. It's called I Need to Blow My Nose. So I'm going to turn off the camera and the microphone just for a split second. While I do that, I appreciate your patience if you are watching the stream. All right, and we're back. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep moving around this chair to try to keep the pain and stiffness away. We are in the X-Cub. We're right outside Pittsburgh right now, and testing the range. So let's see what we got for fuel here. I'm gonna have to switch some tanks. Yeah, let's switch it to the left. All right, switch it to the left. I don't think this is gonna make Danville, by the way. Not like the 172. So it could be the headwind. We have a slight headwind, I think a little bit more than what the Cessna had. But it's 97 knot ground speed right now. And I have about a little less than half on fuel. I'd say about 40% of a tank left. So it's going to go far still, but I don't know if it's going to make Danville, Illinois, and that's the whole test tonight. I know it's not the most exciting stream, but I have to do this for the Cannonball Run event. Again, I guess I'll go over that again. So let me get that up here. We're training, or actually using some scientific flights here to pick out what aircraft I'm going to fly for the Cannonball Run. And the Cannonball Run Challenge is being put on by CDL, who's a Twitch streamer. And it's going to be a non-stop flight. Well, actually not non-stop because we have to fuel because we're doing GA aircraft here. From JFK to Los Angeles on December 26th. I'm trying to pick which aircraft I want to fly. Again, fun, glory, bragging rights. We're going to raise money for charity. And Microsoft has generously donated a Thrustmaster PDR rudder pedal system, which is what I've really wanted. I was going to buy one, but again, everything's sold out. And so if I could win that, that'd be awesome. If not, it's a heck of a ride. We'll be live streaming it the whole time on Twitch and YouTube. And all these rules, but the first step for me is what aircraft am I going to fly? And right now it's between the X-Cub and the Cessna 172. I streamed the flight, the same exact flight we're doing tonight. I streamed that with the 172, and it did pretty good. It got all the way out to Danville, Illinois, which is what our destination is tonight. And the X-Cub, it has the same engine as the 172 and everything. I thought it would be lighter, but it also carries about 6 gallons of fuel less than the 172. But hey, what's up, golfer? And yes, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator, the newest version. So we're right outside Pittsburgh right now. That is Pittsburgh in the distance. Again, we're using real time and real world weather. So, and there's moderate to severe turbulence in the area, according to SkyVector. So, but this is indeed Microsoft. Yeah, X-Plane, you know, I gotta be honest with you, X-Plane probably still has the better flight dynamics. I gotta be honest with you. But I'm not an X-Plane person. I've tried it maybe twice, and I've just been doing Microsoft my whole life, so that's why I stuck with Microsoft. But they are comparable, especially with that ortho scenery. I don't know if you're used to using that in your X-Plane 11, but that's awesome. Are you a real-world pilot at all? Yeah, it's pretty decent. The night lighting is really good in this and stuff. It still has its quirks, obviously, that they're working out. Again, it's not like it used to be where you'd have to unveil a great product right off the bat and release like maybe 1 or 2 big patches and that's it. So, yeah. But I'm a real private pilot and I use it just for interesting things. Tonight is totally not realistic at all. We're just running a endurance speed flight as far as the X-Cub will go, and I gotta choose what aircraft I'm going to use in the Cannonball Run Challenge like I just showed. So it says we're 3.5 hours out, so I don't even know if I'm going to make it. I'm going to be honest, I'm on the East Coast, so that'll be like 3 o'clock in the morning. And while I did that with the 172 because I needed some type of base data, we can just kind of estimate with this. But I think I'm veering more towards the 172 because I fly that in real life. So again, Pittsburgh to our left. I'm going to look outside the aircraft here. There you go. That's Pittsburgh Northeast Airport right there. 9er Golf 1. And Pittsburgh in the distance. Can't see much because it's real time and it's nighttime, but the night lighting looks really good. What it is. And this is the first time I've ever really flown a tailwheel airplane in a simulator. I've never done it in real life, but it's a really modern Cub. It's a really nice aircraft, and Microsoft did a pretty nice job with the visuals. They're really nice with the visuals. They have to work on flight dynamics more, I think, on like almost all aircraft. They tend to float when you land most aircraft and stuff, but these fuel gauges are pretty spot on. They're pretty cool. So we're not running into much fuel here. There's not much left in that tank. Oops, sorry. And over here, same deal. So we're just running a range and fuel test, but we're over half. we made it to Pittsburgh from JFK, so. Yeah. Not the most exciting stream, I won't lie, and I'm sorry if you get bored, but I had to do this either way, so I figured why not stream it at the same time. But I do have some real-world flights as well on the Eric Flight YouTube, so you can check those out. Mainly fly around here in the Northeast. I'm from Massachusetts. But, yeah, that'd be cool. I just talked about the sport pilot license, which is obviously, I mean, ultralight. I don't think there is an ultralight license. I think you mean like light sport pilot license, where you can use your driver's license instead of a medical. But I was talking about that a little earlier, about like the aircraft you could fly, and how the FAA might be, years down the road, approving sport pilots to fly like a 152 and 170. They might raise the weight requirement, the weight limitation for sport pilots. So I think that'd be cool. I think that'd open up a lot of possibilities for people and get more people involved in general aviation. But I think they have a little bit better visual quality. And the flight dynamics, though, they still got to work on that. It's always been a problem. Always been a problem. And that's the only thing I'm jealous about with X-Plane, is that they seem to have better flight dynamics. Like Microsoft came out here. Oh, really? Oh, so they actually have, that makes sense now. They actually have like an ultralight, because in America we kind of call it a recreational. That's what the old version of it was. You could still get a recreational license, but most people just kind of go to the sport license, and then you're licensed to fly any light sport aircraft. You don't need a medical. You just need a valid driver's license instead of your medical, and you could fly that. But I am a private pilot, so basically I could fly the 152, the 172, anything under 12,500 pounds, I believe it is, and 6 seats are under. And my medical is good to 2024 as of now, so we'll be doing that for the next couple of years. Hopefully getting an instrument rating too. Oh, cool. All right, I got you. But any type of flying is flying. Remember that. And once you earn some type of certificate saying that you are a pilot for life. It's the medical that basically expires, you know. So I know some older gentlemen, their medical's no good anymore. They couldn't get a new one. They got denied. But they're still pilots in my eyes. I mean, you went through all that training, you know. So. And I know some, but I don't know them that well, because if I did know them, I'd just take them up and let them fly the plane while I was watching, you know. I'm obviously the pilot in command still, but it's all good. So if you're ever in that position, anybody who's watching my channel, you want to become very good friends with me, let me know. Pittsburgh again to our left. There's not much again to see. It's like night flying it for real, but this looks very realistic to me. I think it looks really, really good. The frames are suffering a little bit tonight, which I can't understand. I just reinstalled Windows. Long story, not going to go into it again. But I had computer problems this week and had to reinstall everything. So, I'll check on that. I don't know why it's so low, and I even lowered it down to the high settings, even though I was running Ultra before. So maybe I should run Ultra again. I don't know. So. Well, it's all about what you want to do with it. You know, the recreational license is probably cheaper than the private. But again, you have more limitations on you than a private pilot. I mean, I'm from the United States, so I'm speaking more about the United States. But I think it's comparable to Canada, you know. And also, if you get the recreational license, you can only just fly with that for a while. And then if you want to get to the next level, I would think that you wouldn't have as much to study. So I know in America, we could fly like paramotors and stuff like that. That's really known as an ultralight. Hang gliding, stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if that would be under the ultralight license in Canada, but planes in general are light. I mean, you're basically flying this cage with a skin around it, you know? Which you don't really think about that when you look at them, but that's basically what a plane is. It's a cage with a skin around it and a motor in the front. So, which is pretty interesting when you're flying long flights like this and say I can travel like 1/3 of the United States and I'm in a cage with a metal wrapping. This X Cub though, this has titanium in it and carbon fiber and all these lightweight materials, which is why it only carries like 46 gallons, but it can fly about the same range as a 172. So, but again, Pittsburgh International out there on our left, way out in the distance. I'm going direct to Danville. Again, shortest route possible. Testing the range here. I have to try to make it from JFK to LAX and be first to win those rudder pedals. And we'll be having all that live on Twitch on December 26th, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Eastern Standard Time. So it's going to be a good 18 to 20 hours of flying on the simulator with autopilot and landing at about 3 to 4 airports to refuel and going from there. So it's going to be one heck of an undertaking, but I am a school teacher, so I'm on vacation that week, so I can actually do it, sleep a little later. I've already reserved that time with the wife. I was like, I want to do this, so. So, what type of cockpit did you build? Oops, sorry about that. Did you model after a plane or just like a series of what you're going to fly? I'm just going to check the gas tanks here, because you do have to switch between the tanks to level them out. I've been running the left, I believe. Sorry, it's a little slow down the frames. Yep, I'm burning the left. So I got about 37% of a tank left. So I don't think the modeling is correct on this, because it said it should have about the same as a 172. And I know I'm pushing it at 10 gallons per hour for speed, but we'll see. I'm just gonna let it run, I guess. We're 3.5 hours out from Danville. I'm using my app, my Avera app that I use in the real world for flying, hooked up to the GPS settings. Ooh, hey, look at that. It's not like it's glitchy. And we're 348 nautical miles out. I don't know if I'm gonna make all of that, but we're gonna see what I can do. So, various experiments we've held during this long flight. I have a pair of gaming glasses in front of the webcam, which takes away the blue outline. This is pretty cool. So this is what the webcam looked like without it. I have these wonderful gaming glasses, which are supposed to affect blue light. And so I said, hey, what happens if I take this and put it in front of the camera? It makes it look better because it gets rid of the blue, awful god light. So I've improved my webcam with a pair of gamer's glasses. Pretty sweet. Again, sorry if this stream's a little bit boring. Again, I'm just inviting people on the journey. It helps me out too, instead of flying for 6 hours just in total silence. So, appreciate your support and just coming to the stream tonight. I would love to fly to Canada someday, though, and I got my radio operator's license just for that. So once I got my private certificate, I was like, I'm going to get that now because it keeps going up in price every year. And you basically just have to pay for it and get it. So. Yep. I used to do the airliners way back in the day. I used to do like virtual airlines back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And then I got interested in that, but I'm basically a professionally trained musician. So then I tried the rock band thing, and I gave up on flying for quite a while. On the simulator, that is. And now I am settled down with a wife and kids and stuff, and my wife calls it the midlife crisis, but at age 36, I believe, give me a second. Alright, 37, I just turned 37, I started training for my private pilot because I found a way of paying for it. It's called YouTube, and I don't mean any of these videos. It's the Eric DIY YouTube channel, where I do it-yourself projects and stuff, but I found a way, I started training, and by age 40, it took me a while because I had a family and I wasn't as consistent as people can be when they're single. But I did get my private. Yeah. My wife still calls it midlife crisis, though, and she still won't fly with me, nor allow the kids to fly with me. So you have to respect it, and just move on and just be thankful that you have a wife that tolerates it, I guess. So it is what it is, but we do get out. I get flying still. And I was trained by a former coworker who was a high school science teacher. I teach music, and it was good to have someone that you knew giving you the lessons. And he's had a lot of experience. He was actually flying for Bar Harbor Airlines and stuff before he went back to being a teacher, so. But very experienced pilot, very respected around the area, so. But again, I would like to fly to Canada someday. I'm in Massachusetts. I'm thinking Montreal would probably be where I get customs, even though that'd probably be expensive. And then my family actually descended from Canada. So actually France to Canada to Massachusetts. So it'd be kind of cool to go up there. What's it called? Is it Nicolet? Nicolet. It's right outside of Quebec. It's about an hour south. That's where I tracked my lineage to, basically, with my family. So I'd like to go out there to Trois-Rivières, if I'm pronouncing this right. I took French in high school. You'd think I would be able to do that. But Trois-Rivières Airport, north of Montreal. So, but again, you have to. Yeah. Yep. I mean, Nicolet was it's a farming community. It has a little town there. But it'd be kind of cool to check out that area, you know, just for, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then cross the bridge, across the river, and basically it's over there. So. Yeah, I'm not even going to try speaking French because you'll probably make fun of me. One time, I have a funny story for you. I was at college, and I worked at a supermarket part-time, and this lady from Quebec was visiting Boston. So I thought, oh, I'll impress her with my French, you know. And they had these boxes. You could pick your groceries up by driving in underneath the supermarket. That's how high-tech it is in a city like Boston. And, oh, cool. Yeah, New Brunswick, pretty nice place. Not that I've been there yet, but I've heard it's really nice. And I told her I was going to put her groceries in the cabeam, which is French word for trash can. So I couldn't think of boîte, which was box, because I'm dumb like that sometimes. But yeah, that was quite an interesting thing. Told her I was going to throw her groceries in the trash. So I didn't really have a choice. My mom was a French teacher in high school, so. But I am glad I learned it, so. Because at least when I go to Canada, I can understand people somewhat. My friends mostly took Spanish, so they have no clue. And I did grow up playing hockey. I played hockey even in high school, so. All right. Off our left will be Pittsburgh International. Again, I'm seeing the GPS on that, so that would be right over here. Pittsburgh, so you can see, I mean, it's a GA aircraft. It's not going to move like a jet, but it does get us there. About 3.5 hours out from Danville, 342 nautical miles away, and a ground speed of 99 knots. So we slow down a little bit. We're right about where we were when we started the flight on ground speed, and then it picked up, and now it went down again. I think that's because we went through that moderate turbulence. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Sky Vector, which are the charts that we have. I mean, I have it on my tablet for my EFB, but here we go. This is moderate to severe turbulence in this area here. We are right north of Pittsburgh, so we've flown all the way from JFK to about here. And we have all the way to there, Danville. I don't think we're going to make it, so. No. Well, you typed pretty well, I'll give you that. So, I honestly, my French skills have dwindled because I haven't used it enough. I'm more conversational than anything, but my writing, I don't even know if I could write most of the French I used to write, so. Conversational, yeah. I could get around. Well, I went to the Berklee College of Music in Boston, and we had a lot of international students, so it's quite surprising to me how people from Europe, I mean, it makes sense, but, like, they knew, like, 7 languages, and here I am struggling with French, you know, but I got to talk to a lot of people from, like, Belgium and stuff. My grandmother was actually from Belgium, so it's kind of cool to meet, like, people from Belgium and say, yeah, my grandmother came from Belgium and this and that. There was a French guitarist right from France. He didn't like me very much for some reason. I don't know why. But he used to swear at me in French during the ensembles. performing the ensemble together. We were in the Jimi Hendrix ensemble, and he'd swear at me in French because he couldn't really read music for some reason. And I'm not putting the guy down, because rock guitarists were notorious for not really knowing how to read. But if you go to Berkeley, you should probably know how to read if you go to a college for music. And he used to get jealous that I could like kind of sight read the songs to get them kind of going. And so yeah, he used to swear at me in French. He didn't know that I could understand him. So tried making up with the guy. Yeah, they are awesome though. Europeans are awesome. Yep. So, but they also do languages right. We're like in America, we don't really take a foreign language till high school, so your brain's not really developed as much to learn languages. That's the way I feel, at least. That's my opinion. So, yeah, yep, true story. I even went and ate Chinese with the guy to try to smooth it over, you know, like I didn't tell him that I knew what he was saying. And we actually had a dinner together. You thought that would be a good thing, you know, to try to break the bond. And it was cool. I mean, performing in that ensemble, and we were at a college of music, and like literally we put the flyers out and stuff because you promoted the events and stuff. And we had a bunch of bikers pull up in bikes and like come into the performance hall while we did like Jimi Hendrix ensemble. It was awesome. It was like one of the best concerts ever. And like we played really well. We gelled really well, at least during the performance. And then after that, he wrote me a long scathing email. So I was just like, I'm done with this, you know? And I'm sure that not all French people are like that, but it was pretty weird. So that's the only time I ever had a problem in a competitive world of being a musician, honestly, you know? So, yeah. Try to be nice. Now I know I like to fly by hand though, because this does get boring with autopilot only. So, but again, that's how I'm gonna do it if I do the JFK to LAX. Planning on landing about 4 times during the flight, and that's it. Let me get a definite on that. So I already planned out my flight plan, but I don't want to share it because if people watch my stream, they can kind of get what I'm doing and maybe learn something off of me. I mean, I may not be perfect, but I'm trying to use my rural pilot skills. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th landing will be in Los Angeles. So we'll cross the country in 4 legs. 4 legs. Which is quite amazing when you think about a little general aviation aircraft doing that. But I think we can make it happen. And if there's a tailwind that day, that'll make it even better because it'll make it faster. And I mean, I'm planning pretty long legs, so I don't think I'm going to be able to skip any landings, but it is what it is. But yeah, I will tell you this though, being a private pilot right now, it's fun to fly, and we love to fly. That's why we did it in the first place. But you really can't do much at places you do land right now due to COVID here, at least in the United States. In Canada, we're not even going there because we can't get in there anyways, which is probably smart. But you'll land there, and you'll be like, okay, what am I going to do? And like this summer, I went to Martha's Vineyard. It's a quick flight. I fly out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, so it was like a 20, 25-minute flight at most. And I took an e-bike with me in the back, and we biked around the whole island. So that was cool. But that's like the last really interesting thing I've done for getting off the plane and doing something. So that's the issue of being a private pilot is you get good weather, you get in the plane, you go somewhere, and you're like, cool, I landed here. Okay, what's there to do? Well, most of the restaurants are closed because of COVID. Or if they're open during like small windows of hours. And I don't eat indoors. I have to watch myself on the COVID thing. So I won't even eat anymore out because COVID's like getting really bad around here. But that's the issue about being a private pilot, is that I got my certificate a little over a year ago, and yeah, and so I was flying to, like, you know, places for breakfast and lunch, and it was cool, and you know, it's in between my wife and kids, so that was hard too. But now it's like you get out and there's nothing to do. You just kind of sit there. Like I went to Keene, New Hampshire on my last flight, I think it was Keene. No, I did night flying. But before that, for the cross-country flight to get some hours in, I went to Keene, New Hampshire. And yeah, I landed there. And I looked around, and it was cool to see mountains and stuff. But I'm like, what the hell am I going to do? You're not going to do anything. You just gotta take it all in, take some pictures, maybe post on Facebook for bragging rights, and get back in the plane and fly back. So that was 3.2 hours cross country, and I'm building up that time to get my instrument rating hopefully in the future. I'm hoping summer if COVID dies down and the vaccinations come out. But I'm also working remotely from home right now, so I can't really like justify going out and doing it right now. Plus, in America, we have to have 50 hours cross-country time to get an instrument rating anyway. So my instructor was like, look, just go out and fly a bunch of cross-country flights. When you get around 50, then come back and see me about the instrument rating. You know, have some fun with it. But of course, that was right before COVID hit, so had a couple months. We had a good run, right? We didn't even have a good run because the places I went to eat at first, they were all closed. Block Island, I had carb icing, and I had to deal with that, so that was interesting. And then I get to the island, and it's like, restaurants closed, there's no water, so. Oh, I wouldn't save money in the toilet. You still get credit for the hours. It's just that you got to get back in the plane after and get used to the technique. But I'll tell you one thing, the simulator will help you keep that on top, because I've heard a lot of people say at the simulator, the best thing it's for is instrument procedures. It's not so much what I do, which is dead reckoning with cross-country procedures and this and that, so. But my private pilot certificate again cost me quite a pretty penny, only because I wasn't as consistent as other people, because I have a family and kids and stuff. But I got it done. That's what matters, you know. And now I can fly anywhere. I just got my FAA wings proficiency, brother, and that means that I don't have to do my biannual review until now, January of 2022. So I'm good for another 2 years, because every 2 years in America you have to get a 1 hour of ground at least and 1 hour of flight to review things to stay current. And now I'm good till 2022 because I did this FAA wings program, which is a little more intricate, but I was able to go to like some seminars and stuff. It's almost like being a teacher where you have to get like all these things and you get points for it, and then they say, okay, cool, you're good. And I used my check ride from last year, so the $600 check ride that I did to become a private pilot, that counted as my flight, which was cool. So I got some mileage out of it, you know. I paid a lot of money for it. It was worth it. I got a great designated flight examiner, but he flew down from Maine, getting pre-COVID, and I had to pay for half the airfare that he flew because, so. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that does suck. Yeah. Well, you still have those hours though, so if everything perks up, you know, you can go back and say, I have this many hours of training and just getting current again. I have a friend kind of like that too. He's working still. He's an art teacher around here, and I met him at the flight school while I was training. He was supposed to take his private with me so that it was cheaper, and then he ended up having a lot of stuff going on in his life, so they replaced him with like an instrument student rating. So I still had to only pay half the airfare for the guy to fly down. But yeah, I took him up a couple times after getting my private pilot, because he's not consistent, and there's just a lot of stuff going on. So, but hopefully when COVID dies down a little bit, I'll take him up again. I'll let him fly. We went to Nashua, New Hampshire together, and I let him fly a good portion over Class Bravo, or 8,500 feet. It was pretty cool. It was nice to have another pilot. So. It can be a lot of dollars. It's again, I mean, I don't want to sound pompous here, but I don't use any of my salary for flying anymore. But I also budget, and that's because I started that YouTube Eric DIY video channel there. I have like 400 something videos though. See, I worked on that for a while, and I started at a time where YouTube, they let you make money right away back then. You could just monetize the videos and they started paying you, which was pennies. But now it supports the flying, you know. And I don't have to use my salary and all that, so it's just a matter of finding a way to make it happen, I think. And I also have a spreadsheet with everything I ever bought as a pilot, so I know exactly how much I'm in the hole for. But if it means anything, I'm ahead by about $1,500 or so because I budget my flights. So it's always good to leave a little extra in the tank, you know. And I'm also saving. I have a dream buy a plane fund too. So yeah, but I agree. I started flight training in 2016, and I wasn't making hardly anything on YouTube. I made a little bit, but it wasn't. It was like one flight a month basically. So I borrowed from my salary. Then now I make enough where I don't have to touch my salary. So, but where there's a will, there's a way. It's tough out there, you know. I paid my dues as a teacher in America, and especially a music teacher. So it's it was hard to keep jobs back in the day, especially the early 2000s after September 11th. I got knocked twice. I lost my job twice, and then I finally moved to Massachusetts and work in a small town. And even though it is a music position, it wasn't the same as what I had when I was living in a different state. So it's a lot different. It was a little bit more established in the state I came from, and I kind of miss that sometimes. But the kids are good, you know. The kids work for me, and they work really hard, so I take pleasure in that. But all right, believe it or not, we're in Class Bravo airspace for Pittsburgh, and we're gonna come out the other side of it within the next 10 minutes. We're about 327 nautical miles away from our destination. Again, I don't think I'm gonna do the whole flight tonight. I gotta be honest with you. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning here. I've been up since 6 teaching. So it says I'm about 3 hours out still. Let's take a look at the fuel situation so we can kind of estimate. But I think I'm going to be flying the 172. Let's flip to the right tank. And that fuel switch is over here. Flipping it to the right. Not used to doing that because in the 172, 152 we don't have that. And that's what you do. You flip back and forth as you fly to balance out the tanks. See, it's very impressive though what planes can do. 5-gallon difference between tanks. Everything's electronic here, so that's cool. And we'll take one more look at Pittsburgh. Out in the distance, Pittsburgh International. We'll see you later. We should be crossing up to Ohio pretty soon. So. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, we're a little more condensed here in the northeast here, around Boston and stuff. I'm actually in the southeastern part of Mass. So, flight schools are few and far in between. The closest general aviation airport I have, they have like independent flight trainer. I gotta stand up. Independent flight trainers, but I decided to go again with my colleague and friend, because he was already a flight instructor for some time. He's actually the chief flight instructor where I went, and they have a very good variety of aircraft. They have like 3 Pipers, 3 172s, 2 152s, so there's always something to rent usually when you want to. So, but yeah, I thought about doing that sharing of the cost there in like a 172 situation, and it would be better, I guess, for me with the family. So yeah, the graphics are excellent. I mean, the visuals are excellent. It's just the flight dynamics have to get better. They're getting there, but they said they were going to have like X-plane, you know, where many different points on the wings, and it calculates the wind velocity and all that stuff. And yeah, it kind of does, but it doesn't feel like the real thing. Again, a lot of the planes, they float and glide when you're flaring them and the landing. They tend to float a lot compared to real life, if you ask me. And I've had other pilots say that too. Yeah, it is. I will say that too. The big upfront cost of flying in the United States is the certificates and the bureaucracy. So, but the way that we rent it out of my flight school is you pay like the 172P, which is VFR only, is $125 an hour a wet, which means that the fuel comes with it. So let's say that you take that thing out for a long time and you refuel it, they'll actually pay you the difference based on the Plymouth gas price, if you can make out on that. So if you pay more, they pay you money back because they're going to charge you the Plymouth fuel price. So it's expensive, but they're actually reasonable with that. I've heard people charging like $175 an hour for a 172. And the 152, what I trained in, is $100 an hour. It started out as, I think it was $90 an hour when I started training in 2016, but then maintenance costs and stuff like that went up. So it sounds like not a lot, but then you go for like a 3-hour flight, and then you're talking like $300-something for an afternoon. I've done that before. I took 2 friends up. We flew for 3.2 flight hours. And yeah, I paid almost $400, but I was ready for that. I mean, I was in budget. But you don't think of it much when you're flying, and then you get down there and you see the bill, and it's like almost $400 in one day. You had fun. You saw a lot. You flew a lot. But I also needed the cross-country time, so I made sure that I went out at least 50 nautical miles so I could count as cross-country, because I read all about that. So as long as your first leg is over 50 nautical miles before you make a landing, and you typically can count that as a cross-country, which is what I did. So all those hours were cross-country hours, which I need for my instrument rating. But yeah, again, it could be a short flight though too, like that Martha's Vineyard flight. I think that cost me 100. I took the 172, so that's $125 an hour. I think I put a little bit over an hour of flight time on it, so it was like 130, 140 bucks for a day to go to the island and back, which I thought that was an excellent price. So, and I got to bring my e-bike and travel all around the island and stuff. It's the island where they filmed the original movie Jaws, a lot of it, so that was kind of cool to see Jaws Bridge, one of the film scenes where they had the shark attack. So that was pretty cool. Again, that video's on the Eric Flight YouTube channel. Check that one out. That was going to Martha's Vineyard and stuff. So, but I think we're going a little slower. It could be the headwind that we have tonight than the 172. But I'll have to check out what's going on here. At least in the 172, they have the Garmin G1000 electronics, and they'll show you the headwind. I fly the 152 and 172 in real life. As far as the simulator, I would love to fly the Cirrus more, streaming-wise, but I have to get ready for this event on the 26th, and they're not allowing the Cirrus. So this is the first time I've ever really flown the X-Cup tonight. And I would like to fly more of the aircraft there in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which I've done a little dabbling in it, but I try to make it as realistic as possible. So I got like the pilot operating handbooks and stuff, and I'm studying them to be more proficient on them. They have like a Pipperel. It's like a light sport airplane, which is pretty cool. But in the real world, it's the 152, 172. And then eventually I'm going to get to the Piper Warrior and stuff, but I want to get the instrument rating first. So that's why I'm focusing more on quality of flights and cross countries rather than, oh, let me get the Piper Warrior, oh, let me get this, that. Because I think that it would be better to get the instrument rating, then get some, I mean, it only took me 5 hours of flights with an instructor to get signed off on flying the 172. It's very comparable to the 152. It's just really, it's heavier. You got to trim it out more, and the speeds are obviously different between the 3 models. There's differences too in the flaps between the models. But Microsoft Flight Simulator only has a 172 SP. Only has a 172 SP, which is like the newest model. So it has all the fancy like electronics and stuff. I don't have any of that in real life. I fly the newest one that I rent is the 172P, and that's all steam gauges and stuff. And the 172N is pretty nice too. I didn't like it at first. I thought it felt more narrow than the other ones, but for some reason I have an easier time flying that one. And then the 172M, I've flown like maybe 2 or 3 times, and that's just a 1973 airplane. Like, you know, they're gonna be old, but I don't like the flap switch as much. You have to like push it down and count 1, 2, 3, and that's about 10 degrees right there. You have a visual too, but you have to get used to about how long it takes to put the flaps down. So I mean, I can fly it, but it's not my favorite. It also has miles per hour on the speedometer, which you get used to, but I'm so used to looking at knots all the time that sometimes it takes me a little time to just slow down and say, this is miles per hour, what's my speeds in miles per hour. So, but yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've never flown an experimental. My dream plane that I want to fly is the 177B, which is the Cardinal, which is supposed to be the next generation of 172s, but then people didn't like it, so they kept building 172s. So I'd like to fly one of those. It has no wing struts. You can see out the side and everything. And again, I like to do the Pipers just to say that I can do them, you know, because they seem like really nice planes to fly But yep. Again, I want to fly the Skycatcher sometime. And my flight school had one, but then they sold it. And of course, after they sold it, everyone's like, "Oh, what happened to the Skycatcher? We wanted to try that out." So the 162 Skycatcher, it's the Cessna's light sport aircraft, and it didn't sell that well, so they stopped producing it. But they're still kind of popular in the light sport market. But the Microsoft Flight Simulator has some light sports in it too, which is cool. You didn't really see a lot of that in the older simulators. Let me see if I can do it, because it's built more for visual flight rules. If you see all the satellite imagery in day, it's amazing. It looks just like it does in real life. At least in summer times. It doesn't have seasons yet. I wish it had seasons. So all right, default aircraft. There we go. All right. So let me show you some of the light sports here in the simulator. Here's the big boys. Caravan. Alright, there's jets. And again, there's 3 different versions of Microsoft Flight Sim. I bought the best because I use this all the time. So, but there's the 152. There's the Aerobat. There's the 172 I usually fly. And Cirrus. Here's what we're flying tonight, the Cub Crafter X Cub. There's no way that it flies at 330 knots true airspeed. I think someone really messed this page up, by the way. I tried this one. This was a pretty nice plane. It's not light sport, though. And then, where are we? Oh, right here. The CTLS is a light sport aircraft, which is pretty cool. I like that it has the big windows on the side. The Icon it's not a light sport, but it's built like a car so that people can pick up aviation a lot more. I don't know if it's light sport. It might be, actually, now that I think of it. I don't know. I'd have to look at that. And then it's a pretty fast one, but it doesn't hold a lot of weight in it. Here's the Pipistrel, the Virus SW. This is a really cool light sport. I actually flew this for a couple hours, and I really liked it on the simulator. I've never flown it in real life, but it's really cool. And the big open doors again, you can see everything out the door. And so there's a couple. Again, Cubs galore. This is like the classic. So, yeah, the Icon A5. Yep, they said he was high on drugs or something too, though. So I don't know what happened with that, but the Icon, it doesn't. They have like 5 major crashes on these things, or 5 major accidents. So the FAA did investigate it. So, I mean, I don't know if I'd fly one. I'm not rated for seaplane operations, anyways. You kind of have to get rated for that. I'm a single engine land, so that's what I'm rated for. All right, let's get update where we are here. We're just about out the class Bravo here. And again, in Pittsburgh, it's like the major city before you get all into the, like, I don't want to call it the boonies, but you're in the rural area. I've driven to Columbus, Ohio, kind of through Pittsburgh one time. So it's a lot of driving through like mountainous caves. I remember that a lot. And then it gets to like farmland. But Cleveland, Ohio will be off to our right way in the distance. So I'm talking out there. So and I've never been to Cleveland, so I can't tell you if it looks great or not. But from what I saw, I did around the USA flights. I did a whole string around the USA flights. I went around the perimeter of the United States. And I streamed those from June to November. So that's all archived. So you can actually check out what it looks like on a large part of the United States if you want to watch those. It's a little over 100 hours of flying though, so make sure you bring some popcorn and take it in stride, you know. But that's the first real big flights I did streaming. So I started streaming in June. Again, with the idea of I'm going to do it anyway, so why not just stream them, you know. But yeah, they're back in service, but the FAA did have to investigate. Yeah, Pittsburgh's pretty nice. Honestly, the city's pretty nice too. There's a lot of bridges and there's rivers that flow through it. But I want to do like some Canadian flights too. Again, I might do that. Remember that flight I was talking about to where my, lack of a better term, ancestors lived up in Quebec there. I might take that flight like on the simulator and stream it and call it like the Canadian like adventure or something. But another flight that I planned this out today. I got a little bit bored during my lunchtime. But let me see. I'm gonna fly. Hopefully, I'm gonna see if this is feasible still. But I'm gonna try flying from the U.S. to Europe to go to Paris. And I think I'll be able to do it here. This is where I fly out of in real life. This is Plymouth. And I'm gonna go all the way up here. This is gonna be the longest leg right here. And judging from what I did, if I get the right winds and everything, I should be able to do this. And I'll go all the way to Paris for the United States. So if you want to subscribe, go ahead. I don't like to come out and just say, hey, better subscribe to my channel. But feel free to follow me on Twitch too, because it does help. Thumbs up help, subscribers help, everything helps. So on YouTube, if I get to 1,000 subscribers on the Eric Flight channel, I'll be able to monetize it and have more money for flying. So that's pretty much how I'm playing that one. But I would appreciate that. Not that you have to still, by the way, but it is greatly appreciated. And if you're ever on an X-plane and you get into what we call VATSIM, which is online air traffic control, we can actually fly flights together even though you're doing X-plane. So just to let you know, it's out there. I've had a couple of subscribers fly with me on Microsoft Flight Simulator and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna check the fuel tanks again. See if I have to cycle them. I don't think I will. It's just hard to read them in the gauges up there. So I got the right main at 7, left main at 6. So I have about another hour and a third of an hour. I'm not gonna make it to Danville. So I think I'm gonna go with the 172. And I'm on the right tank right now, so we're gonna do that. But hey, maybe we'll see if I estimate. I think I'm gonna get right around Columbus, Ohio, and then I would have to put it down. So maybe not. Maybe Columbus. So yeah, no, that's fine with me. I just wanted to tell you things that you can do if it makes it more exciting for you. So I have a real-world flight instructor who flies with me occasionally, and he caught me on streaming from YouTube. Was pretty cool. So but you can see we're really pushing this plane. In no way would I fly like this in real life. I'd be like 2,500 RPMs, maneuvering speed, make sure that doesn't crack up. We're pushing this thing to the limit. It's like right there. So ground speed 100 knots. It says 100. My tablet says 99. So but yeah, I want to do some light sport flights on the simulator too. Most of the people around here, we fly Pipers and Cessnas, and Plymouth is the busiest general aviation airport in Massachusetts, so we get like jets and everything in there. We get like Citation jets, private jets. So but if you ever did want to do VATSIM, you could also learn about radio communications, because it's like basically online air traffic control volunteers that act like real world air traffic, and that's like a big thing for people to get used to when becoming a pilot. It helped me out a lot. So excuse me. Let's check out the main fuel gauges here one more time. Yeah, we're running low now. We're about 10. Well, if you look at it, you'd have to really look at it. I'm thinking about 7. You'd probably get used to this in real life. And that's right around, I'd say 5. So it's pretty cool that they model the fuel like real life, though. That is cool. This model is really sexy. I gotta be honest with you. I'm gonna call it what it is, sexy. And it's cool to look up in this glass panel. You can see the moon and the stars and stuff. That is cool. So, but yeah. I don't know if X-Plane gets that good on cockpit detail. I think it would on some pay-wear aircraft, but the visuals are stunning in this. The flight dynamics need work, so yeah. Well, there's always time. I was flying since I think I started doing simulator in Well, it was Microsoft Flight Simulator in 98, so I think about 1997, 98. That was after my brother was doing it, and he wouldn't let me know how to fly. Because he used to ask me, my older brother. And then college, it was kind of like my escape from practicing and performing and working at a supermarket. So like I'd go fly in the simulator here and there. I was like the one geeky kid with like the surround sound computer system. I built my own computer and all that. Even on this, I started building computers again with my 7-year-old. So, but yeah, I kept it going, and then I performed in the rock world for quite a while, and ended with cover bands, and then ended up having kids and stuff. So then I had my midlife crisis, and my wife calls it, and we made it happen. We found a way to make it happen. So not always easy, but make it happen. So proud of it too. It's like I said, once you become a pilot, you're a pilot for life. It's just the medical that expires. And there's always the simulator in case that happens, like when I'm like 70 and hopefully still alive, you know? So, but who knows? My instructor's like 72 and he's still flying. So, it keeps you trying to be healthy, I'll tell you that. And again, I didn't want to be like 60 and starting a license. I just didn't want to, because at that point, it's just my opinion. At that point, it's like, well, how many years are you really going to get out of this? And there's a lot of people that do that because probably they can't afford it younger in life. But and by all means, please do it if you want to. But it's for me personally, if I was like 60, I would just give up the dream and say I'm gonna do simulator. But I am glad I did it. So all right, 3 hours out, 305 nautical miles. I don't think we're gonna make it because if we do the math here, I have about 12 gallons, and I'm burning about 10 gallons an hour. So that makes it 1.2 hours, right? Something like that. Something like that. And I'm supposed to be taking 3 hours still. So we're not going to get anywhere close to Danville. So I think the 172 is going to be the way to go on this Cannonball run, which is cool for me, even though I did test the Fates with different aircraft, because that's the one I'm the most familiar with. So, other than the 152, which doesn't have the range nor the speed. So I think we're going to deduce tonight, and again, I'll push this aircraft a little bit more, but I think we're going to deduce that I'm going to take the 172 on this journey from JFK to LAX. So it's going to happen. All right, well, thank you for tuning in tonight, and hopefully I'll see you in the future. Don't be a stranger. Have a great night. I know it's getting late here, so. Yep, well, hey, I'm 41, so I'm not that far away from you, so just know it is possible. The dream can happen. But have a good night. Out in the distance is Cleveland. But I think what you're really seeing out there is Canton, Ohio, and Akron. And then past that would be Cleveland, way out in the distance, near Lake Erie. Erie, thank you. But yep, take care, man. It's nice talking with you. I'm getting tired here. We are right outside Carroll County, Tulsa Airport. Kilo Tango Sierra Oscar. Should be right out there, which it is. And yeah, we're gonna call this, I think. But I'm gonna see how far I can go here on this plane. But I guess we're going with the 172. 12 gallons almost, yeah. Oh, excuse me. There you go, as it dwindles away. Right now, I'd probably be pooping my pants a little bit, going, oh my god, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this or not. Typically, you want to leave at least 25%. You don't want to wait until it's like 25 when the lights come on and, you know, like low fuel. That's when they usually come on. It's about 25% of gas left. But you typically, if you're going to stretch a flight out, you only want to stretch it out with 25% left in the tanks. And if you can, more than that. But the railroad, I fill the tanks as long as the weight and balance allows me to. So, and typically that happens all the time because I kind of make sure of that for maximum flight time in case there's a problem. The place where I would find problems with that would be in the 152 because it's really a training aircraft. It has 2 seats, but I know from my check ride, my examiner ride, we overmaxed that thing. So I was down to 17 gallons of fuel. It usually carries, like, what was it, 26? I had to put it down to 17 to make the weight and balance requirement. So it does happen. And there are, you know, you can take less fuel to meet the weight, but then you have to make sure you know how much time you have in the airplane for flight time and not really do anything bad with it. So but alright, we'll see how much I can do tonight based on what I'm doing. I'm thinking maybe another half hour or so, and we'll see where we are with fuel and everything and still think about our decision, but I think we're going to be doing the 172. That is Carrollton. I think we're in Ohio now. I think we crossed right over the, yeah, we're in Ohio. And then we just crossed, what river is that? The Ohio River, that makes sense. We crossed the Ohio River to get in Ohio. And that was right outside of Pittsburgh, so. But hey, for a Cub, for it to have only 46 gallons of gas, and I'm pushing it hard to go all this way from JFK to Ohio, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So, and if you just joined me, you're probably wondering, what's this fool doing flying all this time in an X-Cub? We are finding out which aircraft to use in the Cannonball Run Challenge, which is happening on December 26th. So, I am finding out which aircraft I want to use, and I think I'm going to go with the 172, because there's a bunch of rules here on what aircraft we can use and so forth, but the winner, it's really for fundraising. We're going to fundraise for the Aero Zipangu project. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And I want to stream that whole time, but we're going to have a speed air race from JFK to LAX in a GA plane. It's going to take me about 18 to 20 hours. And I'm doing all these tests to find out how I'm going to do this. I have my flight plan already. I was testing. It came down to the 172 in this X-Cub. And it was pretty much which one am I going to take. As of tonight's test, I am about 297 nautical miles away from where I landed the 172, on fumes. So, seeing that we're not on fumes yet, we have about an hour of gas left. I don't think I'm going to make it that far. And the engines are exactly the same in the 172 SP and the X-Cub. The X-Cub's a little lighter thanks to its carbon fiber material and also titanium, but it also has smaller gas tanks. So it kind of evens out. I mean, I thought it'd be a little bit better on distance, but this is why we have to fly it. So, and I haven't leaned out the best I can, at least, and everything like that. So, seeing that I fly 172s in real life, I think I'm going to do the 172. So, we'll have to see. But, getting tired. It's almost, it is 1:30 in the morning here. And, seeing that I'm getting an idea of what we're doing here. I got like 25, I'm gonna be surprised if there's no low fuel warning on the screen. Maybe it doesn't have it. I don't know. But we only have about a little under 12. So that's like an hour, 1.2 hours or so, something like that. But I'm gonna have to switch to the left tank now, just to even it out a little bit. Again, I'm just being a little protective on that. So let's switch to the left. There we go. I thought I shut off the fuel for a second. I thought the mouse thing jumped a little bit. But we're okay. And we are currently outside of Canton. Canton, Ohio is to the north of us, out there in the distance. Below us will be New Philadelphia, which I don't know if we can see that or not. But actually, that's more in the distance over there. New Philadelphia, Ohio out there. And again, we were trying to get to Danville, Illinois, but I don't think we're going to make it. I just don't think the Cub has enough in it, longevity-wise. We're using real-world weather and time. The headwind might be a little bit more today than what it was when I flew the 172 a couple days ago in the last stream. But just familiarity and all that stuff, I think my mind is made up basically 90%. I'm going to give this a little bit more of a trial here, but we'll see what happens. And I know it's not the most exciting stream, but I'll try to keep the chatter up here. I mean, I've been flying now for almost 4 hours, and I'm trying. That's all I can say. So we've done nerdy things like this. I got these gamer glasses. They look pretty sweet, and they're supposed to cut down on the blue light. And as you see in my video, it looks good. It does, but it also looks a little bluish. So I said to myself, hey, why don't I just put these over the lens of the webcam? And when you do that, it looks a little bit better, I think. Let's try that again. See, these are the geeky things we do when we fly long flights. See, it's a little bit blue. And there you go. So it's working a little bit better with the filter on it. And they should just make a filter for webcams. They really should if it's gonna be that good. So, you know, but it works for me. What can I say? Even though I got proper lighting and everything. Oh boy. Alright, let's take a look outside. Clouds got a little lower. Still doing okay. Sky. Nice scenery. But alright, we have about an hour of fuel left. And says it takes 2 hours and 56 minutes to make it to Danville. So, again, I just don't think we're going to make it. And that was part of the test. We have a little over an hour, not much. And we'll switch tanks in a little bit of time. Go from there. The other thing is too, should I? And I don't want to cheat, but should I take out as much weight as I can in the airplane and then fly it that way? Would that help? I mean, maneuvering speed goes up when there's more weight in the plane. So in one way, if you're doing it realistically, you'd rather have more weight for a long distance in case there's any inclement weather where you could push it still, but yet get through it, because a higher maneuvering speed means that it would take more to put more stress on the plane. So stuff like that, you gotta think this stuff out. But many variables. Again, the next thing that we'll be testing is taking out most likely the 172 and heading out to the Rocky Mountain portion where we're gonna fly this event, and seeing how it performs and getting some strategy for that. Like, for example, do I fly as low as I can and then go up for the mountains and then go right back down to get that more dense air and better performance on the plane? Or do I just say, just go to like 12,000 in the 172 and leave it there for cruise, and even though it's thinner air up there and the true airspeed is usually a little less due to that because it would take more force from the prop to get through that thin air. Should I do that instead? So things like that we're gonna have to test before December 26th, and I have to register for the event though. So registration is right there. So yeah, I'll have to get on that and see what we can do. But I guess I'll start filling it out now that I'm getting an idea of what aircraft I'm gonna fly. And I don't know if I'm gonna do the G1000 or just a regular 172. I think I'm gonna go for the G1000 for advanced awareness on the moving map and stuff. So, and they're gonna log us and everything. So, guess that would be that. Yes. Have it all filled out in the registration. It's just a matter of pushing submit. So we shall see. We shall see. But I guess we will do the G1000. I mean, I usually fly steam gauges in real life, but kind of like having that advanced awareness for things, just in case. So we shall see. All right, so testing tonight on the X-Cub to see if I'm going to fly that in the 172. And I'm taking the 172. I have about an hour left of gas. And we're not going to make it to Danville, Illinois, according to my GPS. It would take us 2 hours and 50 minutes to get there still. We're 287 nautical miles out. Our ground speed did go up a little bit to 101 knots. So that's good. We're right outside New Philadelphia, Ohio, just to our left there. And again, Canton, Akron, Ohio is in the distance out there. But I think I have enough for like maybe 15 more minutes. That's what I'm thinking. 2 o'clock in the morning. I think we've proven what I'm gonna fly. Again, we'll see where this is and how much fuel it has left, and we'll calculate where it would have been an hour later. And I'll do that with SkyVector, so get it ready to go. What we'll do is, oh, excuse me, it is late. We'll do a flight plan from an airport around us, and then we'll see where it would take us in about an hour's time with an hour of fuel left. Again, we still have 0.79 gallons to burn here, so I'm going to switch to the right tank now. There we go. Balance it a little bit. Again, I'm doing that very, very quickly, the switching of tanks, but it's all good. But yeah, it's been quite an experiment tonight, and it's been a pleasure to fly the X-Cub. I gotta be honest with you, I gotta get into bush flying more on the sim at least. not in real life. And even though I probably won't land this tonight, we're definitely gonna expand our horizons on aircraft we fly on the simulator. So that we will do. Alright, I'm gonna explore a little bit with this webcam too, seeing that we're getting towards the end of the stream here. Let me see what it looks like if I just have a blank background like most streamers. I never really tried that before. So let me change my background here. Removing the background. So that's what it would look like. Look like this short little stubby dude on the left corner, if you ask me. So usually I have big screens like this. This is the Cessna 172 cockpit at daytime. Just has to look since the video of it. So that's what I usually look like. I just don't have a cockpit for the X-Cub, so that's why I just use my generic Eric Flight, inspired by European soccer post-game interviews background screen here. So I went with that tonight for the first time, and it's worked out pretty good. So, but it is what it is. So. It's been a real pleasure to fly the X-Cub. I don't know why my frames have been so low the whole entire time though. Usually I'm up to like 40 frames per second, so I don't know if it's the weather or what it is, but it is what it is. So maybe we'll fly for a little bit more. We'll see. Letting it fly. Again, we're going to see where we are with 10 gallons of fuel. And I'm going to have to switch back to the right. I am on the right, actually. Yep. So, right about when we go down to 5.09, we will, on this tank, that is, we'll find out where we are and do all that stuff. So. Alright, let's see where our fuel is right now. All in the name of science. Oh, we got burn more off the right. Okay. We're going to try to get it right on 5 gallons. That's what we're going to try to do on the right. Okay, we'll look at the fuel gauges up here. These are cool. I love these in this plane. It's kind of cool to see the fuel right there. Get it over here. It's really cool to see that you burned through all that fuel. And it's visual. It's really, really cool. Whew. Almost 2 a.m. here. We can do this. Oh, just hit the rudder. So again, we've been flying since about 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's about 1:52 here. So almost 5 hours of flying already. Ugh. I'm gonna have to stand up pretty soon. Whew. Alright, take a look outside. Canton, Akron, Ohio, out there in the distance. It is lights from the city that are reflecting off those clouds. It's cool, it's very lifelike. And off to our left, I get New Philadelphia still, Ohio. Nice shot of the world. Very cool. There's a lot of rural areas out here, so the next city we would see would be Millersburg, Ohio. Up there in the distance. But we'll see. We gotta see where this fuel is. I'm doing a little experiment here. Oh, look, gotta change to the left immediately. Let's go. So 5.04. And we're right about near Beach City, 2 Delta 7. So let me do a start on that. 2 Delta 7 will be our start point. And let's see how far we could go. If I continue on the current heading, let's try 4. India 9. That'd be about 38 minutes. That's not gonna be enough. Alright, let's try Kilo Alpha X-Ray Victor Neil Armstrong. That's about an hour 22. So, thinking Hardin County, India 9 or 5 would probably be about where. Yep, that'd be about where we'd end. Okay, which means that we'd still make it a lot longer on a 172, even if we had the same winds probably. So again, you gotta look at what's modeled here. This is very comparable to the 172. Has the same engine and everything, but it doesn't have the fuel capacity. Could be the headwind, it's a little bit stronger tonight, but I just ultimately think that the 172 is gonna be the winner. In fact, I'm gonna call it the winner. So for the Cannonball Run event, we will fly the 172 Skyhawk with the G1000. We're going to be flying that a lot now to get even more used to the G1000. It's not the 172 so much. And that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to register for the event. Here's the event right here. Here's all the questions they ask about. And we're going to put it right in. 172 Skyhawk, G1000. My sim ear, if I'm live streaming, yes, and my Twitch channel. So here we go, submitting. The G1000 is officially the aircraft we are going to fly. The X Cup though wasn't worthy, a Challenger, so. And if I really leaned it out, it's probably not going to go as fast. We really broke some speed here, but the headwind is definitely kicked up too. It's 89 knots now ground speed, so we went down like a good 10 knots, and the winds are definitely not favoring us right now compared to what they were doing before. So again, yeah, we're definitely less than an hour, so I figure again we're right around Beach City, 2 Delta 7. We're actually north of that. Give me a second here. We're right about here. Actually, we're right about here. So it is about 2 Delta 7 where we'd have an hour. And again, we could probably make it out to about here. Neil Armstrong, Hardin County. Oh, sorry, Hardin County. See, Neil Armstrong, so I was saying that before. Which is India 9 or 5. So the Cub X tonight at least would go from JFK all the way to about here on one full tank of gas. And with the 172 we were able to do JFK all the way out to way to Vermilion Regional, so I'll keep my mouse there. So we're gonna go from there to JFK. We did have a better headwind. It was not as heavy, but I'm gonna take my chances with the 172. It's still already too late anyways. I already registered, so the 172 G1000 it is the X Cub. I'm definitely gonna fly a little bit more off streaming to get used to it more, and then we'll take it for a couple spins maybe on some bush flights with the Virtue USA Flying Club. But we're gonna shut this down in a couple of minutes because it's just it's getting a little late here, and I've already proven what I wanted to prove. So you know what? We're gonna go for a landing at that airport, I think, which is Holmes County. We'll see what we can do, and if not, I'll just let you know when we're gonna end the stream. We'll end the stream and we'll call it a day. So. Whew. All right. Let's have it point to the airport at least a little bit like that. Should be heading to about 26 something. I do have it off nav, right? I think so. Yeah. There you go. All right. Also start descent pretty soon. But we're gonna land at Holmes County, right outside Millersburg, Ohio. I wish the frames would get better. I don't know why it's so challenging tonight on this thing. So. But it is what it is. That's what I always say. It is what it is. Okay, take a look at my V speeds here. So I'm going to slow down to 73 knots, then deploy 15. I think I'm going to go direct in too. We're kind of on a headwind, so that would be comparable to what we're doing. And we'll see what we can do on this landing here with a tail wheel for the first time ever on a simulator. I don't think I've ever flown a tail wheel before, so keep it more level, let it float down, and then pull back slightly. The tail, you don't want to smash down, you want it to lightly go down. But alright, our next step is to take the 172 out with the G1000 out to the Rocky Mountains where we're going to have our flight. Crisscross over there. And see what we can do with the altitude, high density altitude. So. Bearing 264. Okay, let's do that. Come on. This is aggravating with this autopilot. Should return to 264. Here we go. How much fuel we got left? We have about 8 gallons. We're gonna switch to the right tank. Just gonna increase our mixture here. We're gonna start descending slowly. Okay, prop all the way forward, throttle back. Mixture a little more rich. Actually, RPM's not full. Thank you. Getting a little tired here. Got about 2100. It's like I said, it's not 172. Alright, should descend. Oh, what did I just do? I thought I hit a button there. I don't know. Turn the autopilot off though. That's the airport we're heading for, right out there in the distance. So, pad altitude's about 2,225-ish, 2,200. And here we go. Let's land this thing. We're about 9 minutes out right now, and I'm not liking the frames at all. So. No clue why the frames are so bad. And I gotta blow my nose again. I'm going off camera and audio for a second. Alright, so you can see that this isn't modeled that well because it keeps fluctuating and it shouldn't be at all. So I don't have any clue what that's all about. Increase the mixture a little bit. I mean, I get that as a constant propeller and it's doing all that stuff, but it shouldn't be fluctuating like that at all. So. Alright, 7 minutes out. We're gonna line up that runway early, so we just go right in. That's runway 27, which I'm pretty sure that would be it. Let's try to get a weather report. I doubt we can get one, because sometimes these airports don't really have them, but 128.325. Oh,
0600 Zulu. Wind 257 at 27. Visibility tree. Sky condition.
Yeah.
Few clouds at 1,000 feet. Few clouds at 4,700.
So I would say that that is definitely the runway we want. 27. Winds from 25. They said visibility is 3 though. So I don't know if it is really 3 because this doesn't look like 3 nautical miles of visibility to me. So. It is what it is. Okay, I'll pull out the carb heat just a little bit. Can reduce those RPMs, hopefully, with the carb heat too. And that way it'll take care of any icing. Usually around 2,100 on the 172. This is the same engine as the 172 we put carb heat on. So. Full rich on the mixture. How are we doing on fuel? Not bad, we should be on the right tank still. Yeah. At least I got to estimate where it would end up, so. But let's see if I can land this thing. I honestly do not know if I can land this or not. Never tried. Alright. Again. Flaps extension speed greater than 15 degrees is 70 knots. And the flap extension for 15 degrees is 73. So we're gonna have to slow down as we get close to the airport. We're just losing altitude right now, so trim it down a little bit. Or a lot. Okay, I'm gonna try something with my camera. I'm gonna see if the frames go up when I turn it off. That's weird. Well, my frames aren't as good as they used to be, so something we definitely have to look at. I don't know what's going on with that, but maybe I play with the cache, because the cache before I had 150 gigabytes for the cache, so that's what I'm thinking now. But you know, we'll fix it after. I still don't understand why this thing's going up and down, up and down. This is driving me insane. Just to verify autopilot is off. We're just gliding in here, so. $2,900 feet. The engine's still doing some weird, funky things. Okay, I just put the prop all the way in. Now I've got the throttle all the way out, and you can see that it's not doing much. Like, yeah, it goes off, but I don't think the flight dynamics on this are the best, I gotta be honest with you. And I don't understand why these frames are so bad. Which kind of sucks, and I'm very sorry about that. But we're gonna land this. I'm not even gonna park it. It's late here. So about 5 minutes out from the airport, and we're almost directly on. Boy, I do not know why these things are sucking so much. Try to turn some stuff off here. How about now? Nope. Not that much better. Okay. Check my overclocking settings here. Oops, sorry about that. Am I not overclocked? I am not overclocked. Erase my settings, that's what it did. Well, I'm gonna have to run that whole thing again, so we will have to see. Okay, let me at least do one setting I know where it was. Just the memory clock. Will that help? I don't want to tweak too much yet, because then it's going to crash, you know. That didn't really help my frame rate that much. Well, we do what we can, and that's it, right? Alright. Again, I should be at pad altitude about 2,200, so we're a little far out from the airport here. Let's go to 20, 25. Stop doing that manifold pressure. Running a little slow. Well, we'll have to investigate this frame rate thing, because my camera's working great. I don't know why this is not working great on the simulator. So, I'm thinking of possible settings, but honestly, I'm running less than what I ran before, so maybe I have to tweak my settings in the NVIDIA control panel or something like that. So, that's what I'm thinking now. You know what I'm talking about, the settings for the 3D graphics card. Yep. Call a thought. Yeah, I'll have to do this stuff later because I can't really do it right now. Alright, let's go for a landing here in all our frame rate glory. Really sucks, I'm really sorry. And I'm on high settings. Before I had ultra, so I have no clue why it's this bad. Okay. Keep a visual on there. I hope this isn't as glitchy as it's becoming, because that sucks. Shall see. We're making a final landing here for the night. We've decided to go with the 172 SP for the Cannonball Run Challenge, and I'm just trying to end the stream now, so I'm just gonna land it, and that's it. So I thought it was supposed to be full prop, max prop, and then you just control everything with the throttle. That's what I thought. But it doesn't even seem to be responding to that well. So I do not know. Another reason to take the 172 on the Cannonball Run. I'm on the glide scope. That's looking good. About a minute and a half out. Sorry about the glitchiness. I have no clue why my frame rates suck. So again, we'll have to tweak this out. I had to reinstall Windows and everything, so I'm guessing there's a setting that I'm missing that I did before. So boy, does this suck on the glitchiness. A little below the glide scope, we'll even out a little bit. Yeah, this flight model's not the best. Okay, let's even out and get some flaps here. It's at 74 for 15. See what happens here. Alright, 70 was for full. Full flaps. Yep. Again, sorry about the glitchiness here. I have no clue. I'm running on 2800 here. And it wasn't this glitchy before I reinstalled Windows, so. I need some rudder here. even. About 10 feet off the floor. Ground. Hello. Not flaring, just even. There we go. Settle it back. Let the wheel pop down easily. My rudders are very sensitive, and this glitchiness is not helping me. There we go. We're on the ground. Flaps up. Alright, sorry about the rudders, dude. They're really sensitive. I have no clue what's going on with these rudders. That's why we need to win the TPRs. It's part of the Cannonball Run challenge. Alright, we landed it. My first tail wheel landing ever. Sim. Some aerodynamic braking going on. I think we've stopped. Let's take a look outside. We've almost stopped. But we did it. We made it land. So good. And we touched down at Holmes County Airport. That would be 10 Gulf. Right. Let's pull it in here, shall we? So a very nice plane to fly. Not gonna be doing that with the 172. I'm mostly using the screen there, which in real life you wouldn't. You'd be going back and forth and right and left and try to get off the taxiway. That's how they do it in the real world. To see outside the sides here. Here we go. All right, we are clear. We're just gonna pull up right ahead here. Pull it in right over here. Very good. Flaps up. Okay, parking brake on. Alright, and we'll see if we could just do this just from knowing about planes and not really following any checklist. So, right things there. Yeah, blah. Okay, lights. I don't need strobes, so we'll turn these strobes off. Well, I did the strobe off, so why is that still on? I don't know. Okay, landing lights off, nav lights off. Not avionics, actually avionics master off. Yep. Why is this thing still on if the avionics master is off? Must come with the master. Alright. With that, mixture full lead. Well, there you go. Flew for a total of 5 hours. See, I'd fly for about 6 hours. That's about what it would fly for. Good. Well, we took it for a long ride, and it's a really cool plane to fly, and we will definitely fly it in the future. It's just a matter of getting ready for this Cannonball Run event. So I'm trying to turn off the lights panel here. Let's see. Actually, mags should be off. Are the mags off? Yep. Yep, mags off, master off. I already had that off, master off, lights off, everything's off. Alright, that's it. That's where we're going to end this. So thank you for tuning in during the evening here. Was not the easiest thing to watch, and I appreciate you coming in. Holmes County Airport in Ohio, right outside of Millersburg, Ohio. That's where we ended up on this X-Cub range test here. And we could take the drone out and see what's around us, but I don't think there's going to be much. speed it up a little bit. Whoa. So like I said, very rural part of the country right here. The airport is here. Yep. And Millersburg is over here. Okay, I do not know why my frames are stinking so much. But we will try our best. There you go, Millersburg, Ohio. Let's see what it looks like during the day. Actually, I can't do that because I have real world weather on. They don't let you change the time during live weather. At least I don't think they do. Or maybe once, I don't know. Custom. Nope. Didn't see anything there. Okay, well, we'll go with it. So, Millersburg, Ohio. Small little town. Nice little airport where we landed tonight. So anyways, I want to say